guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Opposition groups in Syria have toppled the government there, ending the Assad family's decades-long grip on the country. Trent Murray reports on the rebels' rapid takeover from Tel Aviv.
A real historical moment here in the Middle East after more than 50 years of the Assad family ruling Syria with an iron fist. Their rule and regime all came crashing down overnight as those rebels who had been making a lightning offensive from the north to the south of the country officially took Damascus, the capital. The real first realisation of that came when they took over the state television and radio headquarters, where an anchor announced to the nation that Bashar al-Assad had fallen and that those rebels were now in charge. What we've seen is a flurry of activity in this really fast-moving story, extraordinary pictures coming out of Syria showing millions of people on the streets celebrating the fall of Bashar al-Assad, but also breaking into the presidential complex, into the residential wing where Bashar al-Assad and his family left, looters taking furniture and fine china and cutlery and even clothing.
Bashar al-Assad, Syria's now deposed leader, is reportedly seeking asylum in Moscow after opposition groups took control of Damascus. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
We have seen several Russian news outlets quoting the source in the Kremlin saying that Bashar al-Assad, as well as the family of the ousted Syrian presidents, are in Moscow, where they have sought the asylum which has been granted to them based on humanitarian grounds. We also have heard this same Kremlin source suggesting that Russian authorities remain in contact with the military opposition in Syria. We also have heard the same source suggesting that there have been security guarantees issued by those military opposition in Syria to the Russian diplomatic mission, as well as to the Russian military bases.
Here in Washington, President Joe Biden is praising the regime change in Syria. Lisa Carton reports.
Speaking from the White House Sunday, Biden called the collapse of Assad's government a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria.
This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians. The fall of the regime is a fundamental act of justice.
Biden also warned there's a moment of risk and uncertainty over what comes next. The president outlined continued U.S. involvement in Syria to help establish a transition away from the Assad regime toward an independent nation that serves all Syrians. Biden's remarks came after a coalition of rebels captured the Syrian capital of Damascus, prompting Assad to resign. I'm Lisa Carton.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more on the weekend's extraordinary events in Syria and the sweeping from power of dictator Bashar al-Assad. US President-elect Donald Trump said over the weekend that he does not believe the United States should be playing any role, arguing on social media that this is not our fight. But in fact, the US is already deeply engaged in Syrian affairs. There are 900 troops in the northeast of the country supporting Kurdish fighters there, and American sanctions on Syria's oil and gas sectors are so comprehensive that to all intents and purposes it has a stranglehold over the country's economy. Joshua Landis heads the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Oklahoma.
There are heavy American sanctions on this. America owns all the oil and gas, so that's not coming to the Syrian government. And so Assad has not been able to rebuild. We'll have to see what the new one brings and whether America will lift those sanctions, return oil and gas to the Damascus, or keep it for the Kurds. These are going to be big questions. They're going to look to the international community to lift those sanctions.
He spoke to Canada's CBC. Many observers believe that after Bashar al-Assad and members of his minority Alawite sect in Syria, the Kurds may be the biggest losers from this weekend's events, with Turkey watching closely and hoping to neutralise Kurdish hopes for autonomy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. Opposition groups in Syria have toppled the government there, ending the Assad family's decades-long grip on the country. Bashar al-Assad is reportedly seeking asylum in Moscow after opposition groups took control of Damascus. And in Washington, US President Joe Biden is praising regime change in Syria. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
I suppose it's time to cue the microphone. Say it isn't so. It is that time once again. Just like that. All right, there's another weekend in the books. So we'll close out a Sunday from time zone to time zone. We'll make it into the greatest day of the week. Yeah, right. Monday. Turn the page on the calendar, 9th day of December. According to my calculations, you have 2 weekends left to get that holiday shopping done. Christmas is a-coming. Hey, but we warmed up a bit over the weekend. I'm liking that. I'm showing 51 degrees outside the secret bunker. So not a bad night. After we had the deep freeze last week, a little earlier than usual. Now, the trade-off with the warm-up is, as Pappy says, the H2O coming from the skies. If you love a rainy night, this is your kind of night, which I know it ain't no fun driving in the rain, is it? Lots of rain, southern half of Indiana, and it's all moving from southwest to northeast. Yeah, the rain's just moved into our region over the past 30, 45 minutes. You've got pretty much rain from Indianapolis to Cincinnati. Most all of Kentucky you're locked in. Pockets of heavier rain from Louisville to Lexington. Right down I-75 into Tennessee. Heavier rain between Memphis and Nashville. Lighter rain for the eastern half of the state. Light rains stretching all the way down into central Georgia, northern Alabama. Some pockets of heavier rain north of Jackson, Mississippi, northern Mississippi. Like I said, if you love a rainy night, this is your night. But definitely going to be slowing your travel down. Well, what about wintry weather? There is a wintry side to the system. It's along the northern tier of the country, pretty much confined to the U.S.-Canadian border there. Do have some winter weather advisories over the eastern half of Montana. Matter of fact, with the winds, blizzard warnings in northeastern and east central Montana. Winter weather advisories on over into western North Dakota. Wind advisories. Wind advisories, even some high wind warnings in northwestern South Dakota, much of South Dakota under wind advisories. And then northern portions of Minnesota, you've also got some winter storm warnings there, as I mentioned, confined to the northernmost tier of the country. It looks like there's going to be a lot of fog in the mix as the rains have pushed through Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, backside of the storm, some cooler air, and fog, dense fog advisories for a good chunk of Oklahoma, central and southwestern portions of Arkansas, and south central Kansas as well. Start things off as we kick off a new week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. And we see folks from the Great Lakes to the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, where we were shivering since that Arctic blast about Thanksgiving. Warm-up is on the way. Welcome by most, but it does come with its share of problems. It seemed to be the coldest end to November and start of December in quite a few years. Well, if it felt that way, that is an accurate assessment. In some locations, it was actually the coldest in several decades. This made some cities feel like they were in a different climate altogether. Forecasters tell us the pattern began to change over the weekend, of course, with a shift in the jet stream, the Arctic air retreating back into Canada and northern New England, milder air advancing east. Washington, D.C., you went from a high of 45 on Saturday. You were close to 70 degrees for your Sunday afternoon. Not only has Washington fallen short of 60 degrees every day since we started the month of December, but the mercury's failed to get out of even 50 degrees. Needless to say, there's a big change, a noticeable change. Temperatures in the 60s, and it's not just limited to the nation's capital. For residents and visitors hoping to enjoy the outdoors, It was a beautiful day Sunday. Moisture begins to expand into the region as we head on through the start of the week here. As the rain advances northeast overnight, Sunday night into Monday morning, some of the residual cold air at the low levels could cause a bit of rain to freeze on some surfaces there. Now, even if the temperatures are just slightly above freezing, the cold ground and in some locations the snow cover could also cause rain to freeze on contact. This will be especially the case in the interior northeast. But as the warmer air overrides the entrenched cold air, there will be a threat for some freezing rain and some icy conditions through the day, Monday into Monday night. We're talking upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire. That could make for a bit of a difficult travel day for your Monday evening into Tuesday morning. Some of our interstates, 87, 89, 91. Watch for some of the patches of black ice. Even where precip is falling as all rain, some areas with several inches to several feet of snow on the ground will have some other problems, although rain amounts are going to be around a half inch, maybe a little bit more. There's still the concern for some standing water, ponding of water on the roadways, northeast Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, areas that got buried between Thanksgiving and late last week. By the time Tuesday rolls in, milder air will be even more well-established, with the exception of northern New England. Meanwhile, colder air begins to plunge southward into the Midwest on the backside of the storm, opening the door for a more powerful storm. Widespread winds and rain, and a brief period of rain changing to snow over the interior, arriving Tuesday night and Wednesday. Yeah, we're going to be in that mix there, backside of the system, with possibly a little mixed precip coming our way in that time frame. Hello to Philly Dan. There he is on board. It's that time again. Yes, hope everyone had a great weekend. Let's go Eagles. How about those Eagles there, Philly Dan? Another win, another victory on Sunday. Of course, the Chiefs, another win. Steelers, of course, pulling off the victory this past day. It's getting close. Playoffs will be just around the corner. Who's in, who's out, right? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. Hello, Pappy. That also means somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, hidden in the hotshot secret bunker, Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Stay, Bill, your lane. The overnight drive is hammered down. 48 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. A warmer night with some H2O in the air. Yes, looks like the next chance for snow, maybe overnight Tuesday into Wednesday morning. All right, the games are over. The picks are in. How did Big Ed do? Well, stay tuned. 844-844-3388 is the number to call to share his predictions. All right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, heat up that cup of joe while we all patiently wait for Big Ed to check in. Are you with me? Well, according to my little sheet here, it wasn't necessarily the greatest of weekends for Big Ed's picks. Upsets, folks, upsets. Yeah, we knew going into the championship weekend, the playoff picture could indeed change, and yes, pretty dramatically, some changes there. Alabama, the Crimson Tide, not ultimately making it into the playoffs. We'll break it all down for you coming up here, but yeah, some surprise picks. I believe he went 4 out of 6. And then I'm not sure about the bonus pick there. He actually, for our friend Chad in South Dakota, picked South Dakota to beat the Montana Grizzlies. So he'll have to give me an update on that. That was, again, the bonus pick. Marianne is in the house. Hello, Jerry from Kokomo. Everybody be safe out there. Keep moving forward. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 38 degrees at the New York, New Jersey state line. Heading for Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, 56 degrees here in Sacramento, California. Working on my DJ equipment tonight, which is kind of my hobby since I retired. Got a few holiday parties coming up here, so got to be ready. All right, good to have you on board there, Santa Claus. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, 47 degrees, some rain. Got to get up early and unload my St. Louis load, then hopefully find out if I'm loading Wednesday for San Diego. All right, so we got the Buckeyes matched up against the Tennessee Volunteers on December 21, 8:15 p.m. in the Horseshoe. If we win, it's a rematch against Oregon. And who has a bye? Tennessee's playing well, so we need to handle our business with them first. I pulled the tree out Saturday, got the outside Christmas lights up this past day. The grandkids will be over this coming weekend to decorate the tree. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. Yes, finally, with the warming temperatures this past day, Steve-O made his way up the ladder onto the roof of the Summers compound. The lights are up, the lights are twinkling, and it looks very festive outdoors. Everyone and their brother was out mulching the leaves, mowing the lawn for one last time, putting up those Christmas lights, taking advantage of that quick warm-up for Saturday and Sunday. And we were pretty much told, get it done Sunday because the rains are coming. And indeed, just before the midnight hour, the rains moved in and the cold returns in short order. I guess we're ready for Christmas. Hello to Josh this Monday morning. Kevin says hello to the overnight crew. Rubber duck, T-shirt, and shorts weather up here in that forgotten part of Indiana. Be safe, gang.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, it seems like it was just a matter of moments ago when we were talking about being one day closer. But here it is.
Back to the greatest day of the week. And these things can roll around fast, don't they?
Where did the weekend go? Hey, yes, indeed. Hello, Captain Ron.
Well, you stole my thunder already. I was going to ask you if you got your Christmas lights up.
Finally.
And I was going to let you have it if you didn't. So, I don't have much today. I had a casual weekend. Wife was gone for the weekend. I parked in her parking spot. Left the toilet seat up just because I could, you know?
Sat around in your underwear, watched football all weekend. What'd you think about the college action?
Not all of it. There were some upsets. I didn't watch the blowout games. I'm glad that Oregon won because I'd like to see them beat up on Ohio State.
Uh-oh,
one more time
watch
this
it
year.
now, watch it.
You know I'd like to see that one. But, yeah, I didn't do much. I cleaned the carpet Saturday. You ever use one of those rug doctor machines?
I haven't read. We've got one of those Bissell cleaners, carpet cleaners, but I've never rented one.
This is one of those that you can rent at the hardware stores.
Right.
They do a pretty good job if anybody. They're easy to use. They do a pretty darn good job for $25-$30, whatever it is. Did that Saturday. Went and had my eyes looked at Friday. You know, they dilate your pupils and magnify that light. You know, so it looks like you're magnifying an ant with a magnifying glass. Is what it feels like. Had that done Friday, and just one of them do nothing weekends, which I don't mind those every once in a while.
Absolutely.
But other than that, I'm waiting to hear from Big Ed. Is he on here tonight yet?
No, he's not online, but I'm sure he's getting ready to chime in. I don't know how he's feeling. Does he deserve to have that? He wanted that Auburn intro. I don't know.
I was Buckeye Boy texted something on one of the games, and that was one of the games that Big Ed picked, and I don't think they were doing as well as he thought they would do.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Well, I'll get off of here and let you take a more intelligent caller. Appreciate you taking my call.
All right. Well, as always, thanks for reminding us where we are here on the greatest day of the week. Not. All right. So the all-new 12-team college football playoffs was supposed to bring the promise of bigger, more exciting, more lucrative. Perfect or 100% fair? Well, nobody ever believed that. The first expanded playoff bracket unveiled just a matter of hours ago, leaving a presumably deserving Crimson Tide on the sideline in favor of SMU that finished with a better record after playing a schedule that was not as difficult. It ranked undefeated Oregon number 1, obviously, but that sets up a possible rematch against Ohio State. Yeah, the team that actually came closest to beating the Ducks this year. It treated the underdog Boise State like a favorite in a banged-up Georgia, like a world beater at number 2. That was an upset as well. It gave Ohio State home field advantage against Tennessee for reasons it would take a supercomputer to figure out, they tell us. It gave the sport the multi-week tournament that they'd longed for, but also ensured there will be plenty of grumbling and grousing about between now and when the trophy's handed out on January 20th, after what will easily be the longest college football season in history. All of it, thankfully, will be sorted out on the field, starting with the first round games December 20th and 21st. Then over the following three succeeding rounds that will wind their way through the traditional bowl sites. Maybe Oregon coach Dan Lanning, whose undefeated Ducks are the favorite now to win it all, put it best when he offered, winning a national championship is not supposed to be easy. Neither, it turns out, is figuring out who should play for it. Alabama comes up short in the bracket's biggest debate. The Big Ten will lead the way with 4 teams in the tournament, followed by the SEC with 3 and the ACC with 2. We'll break more down coming up here, the greatest day of the week. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Opposition groups in Syria have toppled the government there, ending the Assad family's decades-long grip on the country. Trent Murray reports on the rebels' rapid takeover from Tel Aviv.
A real historical moment here in the Middle East after more than 50 years of the Assad family ruling Syria with an iron fist. Their rule and regime all came crashing down overnight as those rebels who had been making a lightning offensive from the north to the south of the country officially took Damascus, the capital. The real first realisation of that came when they took over the state television and radio headquarters, where an anchor announced to the nation that Bashar al-Assad had fallen and that those rebels were now in charge. What we've seen is a flurry of activity in this really fast-moving story, extraordinary pictures coming out of Syria showing millions of people on the streets celebrating the fall of Bashar al-Assad, but also breaking into the presidential complex, into the residential wing where Bashar al-Assad and his family left, looters taking furniture and fine china and cutlery and even clothing.
Bashar al-Assad, Syria's now deposed leader, is reportedly seeking asylum in Moscow after opposition groups took control of Damascus. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
We have seen several Russian news outlets quoting the source in the Kremlin saying that Bashar al-Assad as well as the family of the ousted Syrian president are in Moscow, where they have sought the asylum which has been granted to them based on humanitarian grounds. We also have heard this same Kremlin source suggesting that Russian authorities remain in contact with the military opposition in Syria. We also have heard the same source suggesting that there have been security guarantees issued by those military opposition in Syria to the Russian diplomatic mission as well as to the Russian military bases.
Here in Washington, President Joe Biden is praising the regime change in Syria. Lisa Carton reports.
Speaking from the White House Sunday, Biden called the collapse of Assad's government a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria.
This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians. The fall of the regime is a fundamental act of justice.
Biden also warned there's a moment of risk and uncertainty over what comes next. The president outlined continued U.S. involvement in Syria to help establish a transition away from the Assad regime toward an independent nation that serves all Syrians. Biden's remarks came after a coalition of rebels captured the Syrian capital of Damascus, prompting Assad to resign. I'm Lisa Carton.
From bureaus worldwide.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Okay, what do you say? Close out the weekend. There you go. So Sunday, of course, was get those Christmas lights up on the house. Saturday was, what the princess said was, I want it to be a me day, which means I get to take her shopping, which I did. Oh, I had to take her to Cracker Barrel for breakfast to start the day. That was good. So we got the kids, the grandkids. We're done. Done with the shopping. Now, if we can find any money left in the bank, we'll maybe look at getting each other something for Christmas. Isn't that the way? The older you get, it's like, I don't look forward to getting gifts. I'm just the old grandpa that's got to pay for everything. It comes with the territory. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Steve. Yeah, you're right. I finally told my kids, y'all went and had too many kids. I can't afford no Christmas.
Right.
At one time, when Glenda was alive, that argument didn't swing too good, but now it's just me, hey, sorry, boys, the wallet is closed. But, well, Steve, did you get to watch any football this week?
I did indeed, and I was locked into that Texas-Georgia game. Man, oh man, Texas dominated really in the first half, but they only got 6 points on the board. They had like in excess of 200 yards versus Georgia's. Yes. I think they had 50-something yards, but it was 6-3, and I could not believe how tight that was, and what an upset.
Oh, it was, and it was a hard-hitting game. A lot of people said, well, the refs wasn't calling them fairly, but I thought the refs were trying to let them play,
Mm-hmm.
So, I wasn't too disappointed in the way when it played out, and but I knew if it went into overtime, I figured Georgia would take it. Sure enough, they took it. But it did go back to what was 3 missed field goals?
Yes. Yep.
So that's the difference in the game.
Sure is.
You know, and I should have been calling you and saying I was 5-2, 5 wins, 2 losses, but I'm calling tonight with 4. You know, because I picked 7 games, 4 wins and 3 losses, and one of the games is a good example of why you don't let emotions let you decide who's going to win and who's going to lose. And that's the Clemson SMU game. See, that old monkey gouger. See, I let him suck me into that one. He got the best of me on that game. Because originally I was going to pick, because I was studying it and I thought, God, I don't think SMU can take Clemson, especially where they was playing and everything was on the the line, what was on the line, and the experience of Dabo Swinney. As players, they've been there, they know what it takes, and but I'm thinking, God, then if I pick Clemson, I have to, be nice to monkey gouger. And trust me, and I know I'm going to get roasted. There's no doubt he's going to call in there roast me.
He's hanging on. He's hanging on right now. He's
hanging on for a reason. Cause
he's ready to roast you. Yep.
So, but and it's like because we talk, and don't let him tell you I call him to get my picks, because I don't. If SMU would have beat them guys, he knows what I was going to do to him. Yeah, he wasn't even going to be able to come up for a breath of fresh air. But it was a good game. And man, it was just a nail biting, slobber knocking game. But Clemson's got that Garrett Riley, who's Lincoln Riley's his brother, and he calls a decent offensive game, but sometimes I think he's like his brother. They get ahead, they let off the gas. Because I thought, man, which I thought SMU was decent, but at the same time, I'm thinking, are they letting off the gas? What's going on? But hey, it turned out like it was. I lost the Texas game. I won Arizona State over Iowa State game. Won the Oregon game, and they only won by a touchdown. Lost the Clemson SMU game. I won the Boise State game. And then I lost the Tulane Army game because I picked Tulane.
Mm-hmm.
And then our good friend out there in South Dakota, his team, South Dakota State, pulled it off and beat the Montana Grizzlies.
Okay, so they did win that. Gotcha.
Yes. So this week when I call in, I will pick between the Army and Navy. That's the game, and then I'll probably see who South Dakota State's playing and pick them. Probably just 2 games. Because I'm not going to pick on any of the bowl games. But right now, the record, I'm not going to do it until the playoff. The record is I'm 59-25, and that's 70. I want to say like 72, 73% win ratio out of all the games that have been played. That's nothing to sneeze at.
So Ed, kind of explain to me. I guess I was a bit confused. I was just kind of under the impression when all was said and done, the top 12 ranked teams would be in the playoffs, but that's not the way it works. That's by far from it.
Yeah. And they didn't even go by the strength of schedule. Because if they would have went by the strength of schedule, Alabama would have got in it. And here's the thing. And Nick Saban said it. If you would have punished SMU for losing as close to the game that they played, then what's the use of going out here and trying to win your conference if you're going to be punished when you go in for conference play?
Right.
Say you go in there at 10-1 or 11-1, then you lose that conference game. Well, all these people like Alabama or Tennessee that didn't get into the conference game, and they get into the playoffs, but yet you sacrificed your whole season just to try to be the conference championship. They're going to have to figure out a way to revamp all that. And because if you looked at it, really, Army should have been in it, and Indiana shouldn't be in it. Because Army won their conference, and they didn't even get a nod. Does SMU belong there? I think Dabo Swinney was right. I think that they belonged in there, and they got the nod to come on in. But I think everybody that should have been in there got in there. Ohio State got in there.
Right.
Should Notre Dame have got in there? They don't play a conference championship. So how do you punish somebody that had a great season, go in and play their conference championship, and then they get knocked out? But, Arizona State put a whooping on Iowa State, so there wasn't no question mark about whether Iowa State belonged in there or not. Or UNLV, because they played Boise State. So, but I know they didn't use the strength of schedule, because if they had it, then South Carolina, Ole Miss, there's another team there that could have said, hey, we deserve to be in there. Then that's where with the Southeast Conference, that's where you're going to get where everybody's saying, oh, it's all designed for Southeast Conference teams. So the way they did it to this go-around, I think there's a good even parity as far as who's playing out of what conference. Because in the Southeast Conference, you got Texas, you got Tennessee, and you got Georgia playing. So you got 3 teams out of the Southeast. ACC, you got Clemson and SMU. The Big Ten, you got Indiana and Ohio State and Oregon. You got 3 teams out of the Big Ten. Now, what's crazy is a couple of those teams in the Big Ten were old Pac-12 teams. 2 of them. That's Oregon and Arizona State. Then you got Notre Dame, who's an independent. So the one that I think got shortchanged out of all this, is, in my humble opinion, is Army. So who's going to win these games? Boy, I don't know. That just, there's a lot there. I know this. I'm going to study the Clemson-Texas game. The Clemson I seen yesterday could go into Texas and beat them. I will tell you this, too. I really don't see Ohio State beating Tennessee at this point in Georgia.
Is that right?
Really
okay.
Don't.
That's
yeah.
Even with the home field
advantage. But I ain't picking. Yeah,
Right.
So I ain't picking anybody yet. I'm going to wait.
Not yet.
Until the week of. So, but yeah, they've got to do a lot of work on it. But I personally, from a football fan perspective, I'm satisfied with it. I'm really glad to see that Alabama didn't get in it, because then it would have just went in a whole different direction. It would have muddied it up too much. So I think every team that's in it deserved it, get in it. And I think we're going to see some real good football. I know this. I'll be dang glad when this season's over. Because when I sit here, and Steve, I get wound up watching these games. I got up at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. I didn't go to bed at 4 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
I mean, I ain't no need going to bed because I'm just so wound up. I get emotionally involved in watching all the games. But the one that I'm ashamed of losing, that's because I've got to eat doo-doo from Monkey Gouger. I like calling him Skunk Gouger.
Skunk Gouger. Skunk Gouger, who do you think's going all the way? How about them Clemson?
Yeah, I know he. Why, Steve? Why would you insult my integrity? I had to be on the phone with him.
I just had
Go
to.
ahead, Doc.
I would tell you something, Steve. I will back up a little bit because I didn't get to really rib him over that Oklahoma-Alabama game. Now, look here, for years and years and years and years, all we heard, Boomer Sooner, Boomer Sooner, Boomer Sooner. Then he comes up and kicks him to the damn curve. And remember what I told you before I got off the radio that night? I said, Brett Venables done beat Alabama twice. He got the playbook. And he took him to the woodshed. And I tell you what, they tell me the AD director from over yonder at Oklahoma, the Boomer Sooner team, called over here up, told him that he could go ahead and turn his season tickets in. They didn't need his help.
And now Monkey Gouger knows as well as I do, Steve. That was a dang fluke win. He knows it, and I know it. But that's all right. I'll let him have his laugh. I'll get it. Go ahead.
But see, while I was off, when I was sitting in my deer stand or out there watching, waiting for the ducks to start flying, I listened to everything so I could stay informed. And the other night when it come to that Clemson and SMU game, I noticed Ed danced around that thing. I don't know. I don't know about it. Clemson's a good, strong team, and blah, blah this and blah, blah that. And he said, I can't believe that Monkey Gouger wants that offensive coordinator to run off from over there. And Steve, this is what got me. Garrett Riley lost that game for them at Carolina by not going ahead and taking them 2 field goals. Now, let me tell you this. Think about this. He made a comment the other night, and you remember what he said because it's recent in your mind, that it wasn't the coaches, it was the players. Now, let me tell you this. The players can only do what the coach calls them from the sideline, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, in other words, when they got down there, and instead of taking the three, the coach called it as, oh no, we gone for it, So whose fault would that be? That would be the coach's fault because he made a dumbass call.
Don't let him suck you into that. He knows
is that not correct?
Perform the play out there on the field. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I agree with that. The players have got it before, but when you got a bonehead like Garrett Riley over there that calls the play and said, "No, don't kick no field goal. We gonna go for it," and they get stalled. Now, whose fault is that?
But if it would have panned out, it would have been like that Kirby Smart calling that darn that fake punt there. Steve, did you see that? Where he called that fake punt down on like the 35-yard line?
No.
You didn't see that?
I missed it.
I mean, that was a gutsy call. And if they hadn't have made it, boom, touchdown Texas. So that's the way that pendulum can swing. And if that would have happened, then, yeah, everybody have been calling for Kirby Smart's head. Because if Georgia would have lost, then we may be sitting there talking about, and I don't know, Monkey Gouger, if you agree or not, ain't no Miss or South Carolina or even Alabama in the playoff. Because that would have been catastrophic.
And there were two teams that got crapped out of this thing. One of them was Army, and the Miami Hurricanes should have been there. I mean,
I don't know, Monkey Gouger, about Miami. But you got to remember, it's because of Miami's loss. Clemson got thrown into the championship game.
Yeah, but Miami had a better win ratio than Clemson. I mean, I'm not going against Clemson by no means, but if you sit down and talk, think about this thing. And the Miami Hurricanes, yeah, they had that crap show up there at Syracuse, and I'm glad they did because we got into it.
But by all right, the Miami Hurricane had the best winning record.
Yeah, you got a good point there.
And Army, you look, they put Boise State in that other conference down there. Army won their conference. How come they're not playing? I mean, I don't agree with some of this stuff that they pulled, and I mean, you know, you look at probably the most overrated football team in football, the Ohio Buckeyes. You know, I mean,
go ahead.
I don't understand.
My answer to the Army is because of their Notre Dame loss.
Right.
Guarantee that's why they didn't get invited. That was the biggest thing that hurt Army, was that loss against Notre Dame.
Right. They were scared that
they were clobbered by 25 points.
Yeah, I know, because me and you had talked about that. We felt like Army was going to win that hand down and got egg on our face on that one. But now, going back to this Clemson SMU fiasco, I don't know what happened in that second quarter, but that offensive coordinator made some bad calls. They were moving that ball down the field, and I mean, you got a hurt fullback there that they know he's got a bum shoulder. What do? They try to run him off the end. They try to run him up through the middle. And it wasn't going nowhere because SMU had done keyed on him. And next day, you know, you're pouring out, and SMU charging down the field. And I'm going to tell you something, man. We just did win that game by the skin of our teeth. That was a miracle.
Okay, and so if we're sitting there arguing that Garrett Riley, the offensive coordinator, started making bad calls, that's why I don't think Garrett Riley was making those bad of a calls, because then you're taking away from the strength of that SMU. And you know that by watching that game or listening to it, that wasn't no fluke when they come back. Because, I'm watching it on TV and I'm thinking, well, what's going on? How is it that they're coming back? It's because SMU's got a solid team. And that victory that Clemson got, by God, they earned it.
Right.
They played ball.
They did. But I tell you what.
That last kickoff, that player put forth that effort and made that 49-yard return, which put them in a position to throw a little out pass, and boom, they're right there field goal range. And that's from the players, and it was Garrett Riley that called that little out pass.
Right. But where was he at for the third, fourth quarter, running them stupid plays? I mean, when you run it down the field, you got a team advancing, and they were going down the field, and then a third down at 5 yards, and you run an in around sweep that everybody was going to key on it and nail them, and that's what took the win out the sale. But I will say one thing.
Well, I am be said for Texas in that overtime. They're trying to run it up the middle. You're trying to run it right into Georgia's strength, man. I mean, why they didn't see from the week before when they went in overtime against Georgia Tech? Why they didn't try going around? I don't understand some of these play calls, because I know I'm not going to play into the strength of my opposing team's defense. But
I tell you,
I got to eat doo-doo over that one game, and I will eat doo-doo over one game. But Monkey Gouger's agreed. Next year, it's going to be me, him, and maybe we can find another one to have three of us We'll see who the football guru is. Right now, I'm the prognosticators, and Mr. Monkey Gouger, I reserve the right to study the Clemson-Texas game, but this time I'm not going to let emotions get in my way of my pick. So I'm going to tip my hat to you.
I tell you what, let's go ahead and pick tonight. Let's go ahead and pick tonight. I'll pick Clemson over Texas. I'll take SMU over Penn State. But you know, I'm gonna tell you a game that all year was one of the best games that I believe I've watched all year, and that was Georgia and Georgia Tech. Now, where the hell did Georgia Tech come from to make eight overtimes?
Overtimes, yeah. Hey, gentlemen, we got to pause there, so take care of the news update. I know, it's hour number 1, boom, in the books. But what an exciting weekend. Yeah, lots to cover. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Celebrations continue across Syria as the country wakes up to the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule, a family that had been in power for 5 decades. Over the weekend, rebels seized the capital of Damascus, forcing President Bashar al-Assad to flee. The president is now in Moscow along with his family, Russian state media are confirming, and will be given asylum there. Trent Murray has more.
Scenes of jubilation continuing to play out in towns and cities across the country, marking really the end of what has been one of the most brutal civil wars, not just the Middle East has experienced in recent times, but indeed the world. We have seen some of those people in the capital Damascus, for example, even breaching the presidential palace of Damascus, looting the personal belongings of the Assad family. Of course, through much of the past 24 hours, one of the big questions had been where President Bashar al-Assad fled to. Certainly there were indications that he was on a plane, but the destination was unknown. Overnight, we have heard from Russian state media that he and his family have now travelled to Moscow, where they were granted asylum by President Putin.
US President Joe Biden has offered his nation's ongoing support for Syria, but it's not clear what Biden's approach will be and whether it will be shared by his successor, Donald Trump, who takes over next month. Jagruti Dave is in Washington, D.C.
A moment of historic opportunity. That's how Joe Biden described the capture of Damascus and the departure of Assad after more than 2 decades in power. Mr. Biden's optimism came with a warning that this was also a moment of risk and uncertainty, with ISIS preparing to take advantage of the power vacuum. With that in mind, he said the US had conducted dozens of precision airstrikes in Syria. The incoming Trump administration is also watching events in the Middle East closely, with the president-elect posting on Truth Social a day before the government's collapse, "This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved." But given the level of existing US sanctions on Syria's economy and concerns about ISIS, the Trump administration may find that staying out of Syria is easier said than done.
China is monitoring developments in Syria, it says, and hopes the country returns to stability as soon as possible. Beijing's foreign ministry also said its embassy in Damascus has been helping Chinese nationals leave Syria.
On Chinese social media, the fall of President Bashar al-Assad was a trending topic, with the search term "rebels declare end to Assad rule" receiving more than 9.5 million views. Beijing has stepped up engagement with Damascus in recent years, looking to Syria to expand its influence in the Middle East. Last year, Chinese President Xi Jinping invited Assad to China.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more on the weekend's extraordinary events in Syria and the sweeping from power of dictator Bashar al-Assad. US President-elect Donald Trump said over the weekend that he does not believe the United States should be playing any role, arguing on social media that this is not our fight. But in fact, the US is already deeply engaged in Syrian affairs. There are 900 troops in the northeast of the country supporting Kurdish fighters there, and American sanctions on Syria's oil and gas sectors are so comprehensive that to all intents and purposes it has a stranglehold over the country's economy. Joshua Landis heads the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Oklahoma.
There are heavy American sanctions on this. America owns all the oil and gas, so that's not coming to the Syrian government. And so Assad has not been able to rebuild. We'll have to see what the new one brings and whether America will lift those sanctions, return oil and gas to the Damascus, or keep it for the Kurds. These are going to be big questions. They're going to look to the international community to lift those sanctions.
He spoke to Canada's CBC. Many observers believe that after Bashar al-Assad and members of his minority Alawite sect in Syria, the Kurds may be the biggest losers from this weekend's events, with Turkey watching closely and hoping to neutralise Kurdish hopes for autonomy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Syria's Bashar al-Assad is in Moscow and will be given asylum there, Russian state media is confirming, even as celebrations continue across Syria following his ouster. US President Joe Biden has offered his nation's ongoing support for Syria as he claims America's approach to Syria shifted the balance of power in the Middle East. China says it is monitoring developments and hopes the country returns to stability soon. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, underway on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Definitely a rainy night outside the secret bunker. All right, let me pull up these two clowns one last time here. Let them finish up.
What'd you call us clowns?
No. I said,
Did he call us clowns, Monkey Governor?
I think that's what he referred to us as clowns.
Yeah, we'll listen to the playback, Steve. You better hope you didn't call us clowns. I'm the prognosticator.
Prognosticator and prognosticators.
This is my guest on here.
Yes.
Monkey Governor's my guest. Let's give it today. He's my guest. I knew he was going to call in. I invited him to call in. Do you think I'd put myself out there, Steve, with the the likes of Monkey Gouger? No.
Right, see?
He's the reason you don't pick football by emotions. Now, okay, Monkey Gouger, I'll tell you what, I'll take one game, and we'll go by emotions. And I'll take Texas over Clemson as we speak. The rest of them reserve the right to study.
Now, there's something that during the break I thought about. Next year, the procrastinator guru, as he calls himself, we'll pick 6 teams. I'll go off guts. You go off analysis and all your staying up to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, wearing yourself to death. And we'll use what they call analysis against gut. And at the end of the year, we'll see who wins.
That sounds like a good set of rules. We'll discuss it some more before the year.
Yeah.
Steve's agreeing to it.
Yeah.
And I think the Hot Shot Seekers ought to throw a prize package to the winner. You know, get one of them nice Steve Summers thermoses or a T-shirt or something for the winner. What do you think, Steve?
We can work something out, I'm sure, yeah.
Okay.
That's what we'll do.
We'll discuss it. Now, let me add right quick on a more serious note. I see Georgia having a better chance of getting a national championship from the bottom side of this bracket versus Ohio State, Tennessee, Texas, and Clemson. Then you got Arizona State and Oregon. That's anybody. That's going to be some heads-up football. Do you think Tennessee can take Ohio State, Monkey Gouger?
Oh, yeah. Ryan Day's deal against the SEC ain't great. He doesn't have a proven record there beating the SEC. I think Tennessee will whip Ohio, but I want to throw another scenario at you. Let's just say football gods are right, and it comes down to Clemson and SMU for the national championship. It could happen.
Yep, sure could. That would be a... See how this all could swing out, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
So we got some interesting football coming up. All right, I'm going to let you off the hook on SMU and Penn State and give you a chance to tell you. The only one we're going to go by with our emotions is Texas and Clemson. I'm going to take Texas, and you can have Clemson.
I'll take Clemson.
And I'm looking forward to next year of bitch slapping you, Monkey Gouger.
Well, you wouldn't have got this far if you had to be calling me every week asking me what I thought.
See? That's another lie, Steve. You don't believe that. Hey, I love y'all. I'm going to let the guys go. We'll talk at you later.
Hey, Ed, before you leave, Merry Christmas.
You too, buddy. Be safe out there. Love you. Y'all be safe, Steve.
We'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
Steve, I'm going to get off here, and I'm going to call you back in a little while later because there's some other things I need to discuss. One of them is predatory Lisa, but we'll let somebody else get in here and run their head a while. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good to have you on. That was an exciting weekend. Yes, it was. So, yeah, when I was looking at, like I said, I was kind of confused about I thought if you're in the top 12, I thought Alabama would be in. But, ultimately, Alabama, they're ranked at 11th, but they were the first team out of the playoffs. I think it was ESPN that they say this bracket uses the committee's final top 25 rankings, Sunday, December 8. It is important to note the top 25 rankings does not always match the seed in the playoff. Big time, as the 4 highest-ranked conference champions receive the top 4 seeds and a bye. No matter where those 4 teams rank in the top 25. The 5th highest-ranked conference champion is also in automatically, although that team does not get a bye. So that's how you end up with number 1 seed Oregon. Yeah, Georgia, the 2nd highest-ranked conference champion, the SEC, a number 2 seed. Yeah, Texas, an at-large pick, 2nd team from the SEC, seeded number 5. Penn State, an at-large pick, 2nd team in the Big Ten, seeded number 6. Notre Dame, the at-large pick, independent, seeded number 7. Ohio State, at-large pick, 3rd team from the Big Ten at number 8. Tennessee, at-large pick, 3rd team from the SEC, seeded at number 9. Indiana, at-large pick, 4th team from the Big Ten, seeded at number 10. There's Boise State, 3rd highest-ranked conference champion, the Mountain West, so they get a number 3 seed and a bye, right? SMU, an at-large pick from the ACC at number 11. As we mentioned, Alabama, 1st team out. Then Arizona State, 4th highest-ranked conference champion, Big 12, so they get the number 4 seed. They get a bye. And there's the teams that they were kind of debating. Miami of Florida, 2nd team out. Ole Miss, South Carolina, out of the college football playoff. Clemson there in the rankings at number 16. But the 5th highest-ranked conference champion, the ACC, so they got that number 12 seed. They're in. Yeah, on down BYU, Iowa State, Missouri, Illinois, Syracuse, Army, Colorado, UNLV, Memphis, all those teams left out. Now, Boise State, which won the Mountain West Conference Championship, has lost to only top-ranked Oregon, is the 3rd highest-ranked conference champion, thus received a bye in the quarterfinals despite ranking number 9. Although Arizona State is ranked only number 12, the Sun Devils are the 4th highest-ranked conference champion over the ACC champ Clemson at number 16. And so they earned a number 4 seed and a final first-round bye. It gets kind of confusing, but that's how it all shakes out as we close out. I guess that's pretty much the end of the regular season, right? You got next weekend, you got Navy and Army. That's the big game. Ed's going to make a pick there. Then it's bowls. The bowls all get underway. Yeah, the Salute to the Veterans Bowl is next Saturday. South Alabama versus WMU, and just games, right up through the holidays there. And then you get some of the playoff games, the bowl games. Indiana versus Notre Dame. SMU versus Penn State. Clemson facing off against Texas. Tennessee versus Ohio State. Those all coming up on December 21st. The big bowl game, big games weekend. Playoffs get underway. All right, we got the Knuckle Buster on board. Plowboy will be checking in a little football politics. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, we settle in back to the old grind as we roll into a Monday. What do you say, Knucklebuster? Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I think you hit the nail on the head there when you mentioned clown. Well, anyway, I'm an SEC man. That's all I care about is the SEC, and that's it. The rest of them, Ole Miss knew they wasn't going to get in the playoff. That's why they let Florida win. It just get more SEC teams in on the bowl games there. Coach Steve down there at Texas, that's his first year in the SEC. He found out real quick that he didn't have enough pull to beat Georgia in that SEC championship game there. Texas got penalized quite a bit in the first half. And then he made the mistake of complaining about them referees penalizing Texas during the halftime there to ESPN reporter.
I saw that.
They just penalized him more for that. So anyway, when Texas gets rid of Quinn Ewers, that boy is not a good quarterback. Matter of fact, I think they should have played Arch Manning the whole time. So let me tell you something about Quinn Ewers there. Heading into the SEC championship, Ewers had thrown for 2,307 yards, 24 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions, while completing 67.3% of his passes. That's not a very good completion record there, Steve.
Right.
And during his time in Austin, Texas, he has yet to prove to be a legitimate threat with his legs, Steve. And Tankathon's latest mock draft is a bit more bullish on Ewers as a prospect to be a quarterback in the NFL. The site has the Cleveland Browns selecting Ewers with the number 39 overall pick in the second round. Well, in this scenario, Ewers would emerge as a legitimate threat to replace Deshaun Watson. The Browns took a chance on trading for him back in 2022, despite plenty of off-field questions. Well, what's Cleveland Browns' record? 3-9-0, Steve. Well, y'all might just keep right on beating them Cleveland Browns there, right? They need to start wearing a paper bag again already.
Maybe.
Well, you know why they won't let Columbus have a professional football team, don't you?
Why is that?
Cleveland will want one, too.
There you go.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, let me get this truck passed. Well, while we're on the subject of football, Bill Belichick, he took his 20-something-year-old girlfriend out on the red carpet out there in Hollywood out there. So that boy proved he still got it for a 70-something-year-old man. And I've read where the University of North Carolina has already met with him twice over becoming the new head coach. That'll be something interesting there, right?
That would be interesting, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely there. Well, anyway, I got one other thing for you. Get that truck past me. This is the FMCSA. They added 4 crash types to the non-preventable list, according to Transport Topics there. So, more things that we can say, hey, that was non-preventable. But anyway, I talked to and we'll call in later on with the rest of the clowns there.
All right.
Because I'm the biggest clown you got, Steve.
That will get the rest of the story, right? There you go. All right, we'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. The manhunt continues. They're in New York for the shooter, the insurance company shooter. Over the weekend, the mayor said the net is tightening. The man that gunned down the top health insurance executive. New evidence emerging. Mayor Adams also said detectives know the name of the suspect, who's obviously been on the run since the shooting, praising the manner in which investigators were able to follow his footsteps to recover evidence. Some of it is known, some of it we do not know. We don't know everything they know. But the net is tightening, and we're going to bring this person to justice, he said over the weekend. He's caught on camera entering a bus station in northern Manhattan following Wednesday's murder, but he could not be identified exiting the facility on foot. That was confirmed over the weekend. They believe he's not in New York City, according to the spokesperson. That image released last Wednesday, the smiling suspect from the youth hostel where he apparently stayed before the hit. The FBI, which said it's assisting the New York police, offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to his capture. Then new evidence emerged on Saturday, a day after authorities located a gray backpack in Central Park, which is believed to belong to the killer. Inside were 2 items, a jacket and Monopoly money. Interesting. Police were also looking into the possibility that the shooter took the rare step of using a long-barrel veterinary gun that's normally used to euthanize animals to commit the murder. Of course, we've seen the video where he walks up behind Thompson of United Healthcare, shot him dead in front of bystanders. An audacious attack captured by surveillance camera, now seen by millions. Police have yet to suggest a motive and would not confirm media reports that the words delay and deny, the language often used by insurance companies to reject claims, were actually written on the shell casings. But following that, video footage shows Thompson on the sidewalk. When the man in a hooded top lowered his lower face covered, and fire several shots. All right, officers have confirmed that a cell phone as well as DNA from a coffee cup were recovered near the murder scene. Absent an arrest, speculation has been rife that the gunman may have sought to take revenge for adverse medical coverage decisions made by the insurer. And that's been pretty much the top line of thinking from listeners to this program. United Healthcare, obviously a major player in the healthcare market. The parent group had revenues of $100.8 billion in the third quarter of the year. So the net is tightening. How can you stay off the radar? Because obviously that's what he's trying to do. Who knows where he might be, but they know the name. Okay, 844-844-3388. As we look forward to following some rain, some snow, and some ice in the Northeast to start the week, AccuWeather forecasters kind of monitoring a stronger storm that's likely to begin affecting the region by Tuesday night. Start the week off with back-to-back storms. The storm begins to gather strength over the southeast as early as Tuesday. With the warmth and moisture in place, thunderstorms are expected to rumble in southeastern Louisiana, southeast Mississippi, central and southern Alabama, and southwest Georgia. The overall severe weather risk relatively low. There's plenty of moisture combined with the stronger winds in the upper atmosphere that could be brought down to the surface in any heavier downpours that may cause a few of these thunderstorms to actually contain some gusty winds. But the storm continues to gain intensity as it moves northward along a cold front later Tuesday and Tuesday night. Mild air surging northward ahead of the front that will greatly limit any wintry precip as moisture arrives Tuesday night. Outside of Maine and Canada, even the mountainous terrain in the Northeast is expected to have liquid precipitation on Tuesday night. Could see some heavy rain, fog, and temperatures above freezing that will rapidly melt some of the existing snow on the ground. We could see a bit of flooding issues. After a cold, snowy start to December, there's going to be a concern for an increased flooding threat, where some folks have seen a deep snowpack in place already.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Opposition groups in Syria have toppled the government there, ending the Assad family's decades-long grip on the country. Trent Murray reports on the rebels' rapid takeover from Tel Aviv.
A real historical moment here in the Middle East after more than 50 years of the Assad family ruling Syria with an iron fist. Their rule and regime all came crashing down overnight as those rebels who had been making a lightning offensive from the north to the south of the country officially took Damascus, the capital. The real first realisation of that came when they took over the state television and radio headquarters, where an anchor announced to the nation that Bashar al-Assad had fallen and that those rebels were now in charge. What we've seen is a flurry of activity in this really fast-moving story, extraordinary pictures coming out of Syria showing millions of people on the streets celebrating the fall of Bashar al-Assad, but also breaking into the presidential complex, into the residential wing where Bashar al-Assad and his family left, looters taking furniture and fine china and cutlery and even clothing.
Bashar al-Assad, Syria's now deposed leader, is reportedly seeking asylum in Moscow after opposition groups took control of Damascus. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
We have seen several Russian news outlets quoting the source in the Kremlin saying that Bashar al-Assad as well as the family of the ousted Syrian presidents are in Moscow, where they have sought the asylum which has been granted to them based on humanitarian grounds. We also have heard this same Kremlin source suggesting that Russian authorities remain in contact with the military opposition in Syria. We also have heard the same source suggesting that there have been security guarantees issued by those military opposition in Syria to the Russian diplomatic mission as well as to the Russian military bases.
Here in Washington, President Joe Biden is praising the regime change in Syria. Lisa Carton reports.
Speaking from the White House Sunday, Biden called the collapse of Assad's government a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria.
This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians. The fall of the regime is a fundamental act of justice.
Biden also warned there's a moment of risk and uncertainty over what comes next. The president outlined continued U.S. involvement in Syria to help establish a transition away from the Assad regime toward an independent nation that serves all Syrians. Biden's remarks came after a coalition of rebels captured the Syrian capital of Damascus, prompting Assad to resign.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, we roll into a brand new day, a.k.a. a Monday. Everybody's favorite day of the week. And good morning to Roy there in Northwest Illinois. He said no snow on the ground there. In the 50s this past day. Had a real nice day. As we did outside the secret bunker. Same scenario, opportunity to get those Christmas lights up. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Morning, Plowboy. How you been?
Well, good morning, Steve. All right, how y'all doing? Get all ready for Christmas in the wintertime, I guess, I hope?
Getting ready. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had to laugh here a bit ago when y'all were talking about, we don't get nothing for Christmas no more, but damn, it sure breaks our checkbooks and wallets and credit cards.
Yes,
You're
sir.
correct on that.
Yep.
But, I told him initially to talk about a little bit about football, so I have no qualms with Alabama getting to watch on the couch. Because last year, if I'm not mistaken, we should have been on the couch last year. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Florida State had a better record, but Alabama was the fourth one in the list.
Yep. I remember that.
Yeah. So
Yep.
we should have been there last year. I had no problem sitting on it. Yeah, hell. But I would have had to take Ed's position this time on this game. Alabama is going to get their asses kicked because Michigan, they're coming off a win at the Horseshoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Alabama's going to end up with they're going to have another loss coming, but I just don't see it. I was pulling for Clemson. I was pulling because there was just something about SMU. I like Dabo Swinney. I think, they're going to go far. But honestly, I hope to hell Clemson pull the whole damn deal off, put them back on the top of the list for a while. Because there's just something being an Alabama fan. We do not like Georgia. But I just can't see. I see Clemson coming out. What did you say? January the 20th?
21st, I think it is. 20th, 21st, yeah.
21st, yeah. They'll be having a win that night because I think they're going to go right damn far. But talking about screwed up plays, I didn't see it. I was listening to it part-time there Saturday night, but that Oregon game, Penn State, there's many missed opportunities. And one time, if you're already down 2 touchdowns, what in the hell are you doing going for it? Well, I say that way. But instead of going for it, just a direct single point, one position field goal.
Mm-hmm.
No, 1 point field goal. We try to go for a damn 2-point conversion, and that was about the stupidest damn thing. I thought, you're going to be forced to get it next time if you got that close. But they couldn't keep the damn ball out of Oregon's hands. They couldn't do it. And no, I was hoping Penn State, because that's being them. They're a comeback team from back here during the years of Joe Paterno, when all that upheaval happened there in Happy Valley, and I figured this had been their season. And I just can't stand them damn Oregon Ducks. Oregon Ducks are the least on my food chain.
Uh-oh.
As far as winning anything, they are. Basically, it's political because they're so damn leftist. In fact, I've seen things out there where they were actually protesting against Israel. So I have not a qualm with Oregon getting the hell beat out by somebody. And, But, no, I just... I don't see Alabama winning it. There's no way. And, Steve, you got to look at Alabama, who they got beat by. Vanderbilt, of all people. And then I talk to your head prognosticator, when it's all coming down, the beginning of the year. Well, boy, we just don't have any business coming to the SEC. Damn, y'all are tough over there. Tough! We go to that place and we get our asses kicked. It took our cheerleaders to score 3 points, I remember, right? Hell, them Boomer Sooners, they gave us an ass whooping from hell, Steve. But, I don't know. It's just, put it this way. End of the year is much kind of like what we're about ready to roll into here in about 3 months with March Madness. You never know who's going to win or lose, who's going to come on in and get that trophy to take to the house. It kind of keeps our minds off of government crap at this time of the year, to tell you the truth, Steve. But, I did say politics. I am glad President Trump made the comment, stay out of Syria, because I think that's a bad case for the situation that we're looking at over there. We don't need Ukraine. We do not need Syria, especially at the change of the administrations. Really, we don't. But that's about all we got for right now. It's dry over here. About 48 degrees. What's your all's temperature, Stevie?
About 50, but it's supposed to start dropping here in a bit. I mean, we got the rain coming through, and of course by Tuesday night we're supposed to be in the zone where we could see a little mixed precip.
You know, I've been watching that. I'm up here in Kansas City, Missouri area right now. That's where I've been at. So I've been noticing it's kind of coming out. Iowa just kind of coming down 74 straight to y'all. It's kind of missing us for the now. We've only had 4 inches there about 2 weeks ago. We haven't had nothing. And I mean, I looked at the 45-day forecast. I don't know how truthful it is. We're going to be dry, basically, except for 2 or 3 showers here and there. They're not calling for very cold as far as the daytime high, and we haven't seen no zero weather in the next 45 days. So it might change. I hope it doesn't. I like whatever it is. What is it? La Nina?
Well, yeah. I mean, I know the old Farmer's Almanac, you know, they were in agreement. It was supposed to be kind of a mild winter for this region. And based on what we had last week, I thought they really screwed that up. Maybe it will turn out being more of a mild winter.
Sure do.
Which I won't complain.
I'll get yeah, I understand that. But, I do have one thing. I do have a question for Monkey Gouger, if he's still listening. I hope the hell he calls back in. I've noticed 2 major meat plants are folding up some of their production.
Yeah.
One is Tyson Foods, and that big green thing called the Cargill. How much is this affecting their business over there? Because I don't know. I really hate that, because where are we going to have our kill plants anymore? And that Emporia situation, moving that thing out to Garden, Emporia was a prime location as far as getting the meat back on the getting the cattle off the highway into the plant and all that. No, we don't. We did not need to lose these meat plants. Plus all the jobs that are being lost of all time at Christmas time in the first year. No, sir.
About 800 jobs.
I guess that's the Biden economy. But, all right. Thank you all, sir.
Hey, have a good morning, Plowboy. There you go. I mean, all the talk in Columbus. Of all these matchups, the playoff brackets, realistically, the Buckeyes are in, but they've got about the most difficult path. I mean, first of all, they got to get through Tennessee, and then Oregon from WCMH in Columbus. Buckeyes make it into the first 12-team playoff bracket, and they will play playoff football in Columbus. Now, they'll host that first-round game at Ohio Stadium. As the number 8 seed, they'll take on number 9 seed Tennessee of the Southeastern Conference. That's December 21st, 8 p.m. Now, they say this will be the first December home game ever in Ohio State's football history. That's pretty big. Ohio State coach Ryan Day said it's going to be electric. Getting this first win will be critical to building momentum. The winner of that game, of course, moves on to face number 1 Oregon in the quarterfinals, January 1 in the Rose Bowl, 5 p.m. Should the Buckeyes get to the semifinals, they would play one of either Texas, Clemson, or Arizona State to then move to the national championship game. Tennessee enters the playoff after finishing the regular season 10-2 in the SEC. Key wins over Alabama and North Carolina State. The Volunteer defeats were to Arkansas and Georgia. Buckeyes have played Tennessee only once in the 1996 Citrus Bowl in Orlando, where the Volunteers beat Ohio State 2014. This will be the 3rd straight season that Ohio State plays an SEC team in postseason play, with the Buckeyes not beating an SEC school since 2014. That was Alabama in playoff semifinal at the Sugar Bowl. Day says we want to be healthy this time of year. We've taken a few injuries up front. Here we are. Everybody's journey's different to get to this point. But when you think of the opportunity that the team has, this would be an unbelievable accomplishment, as much as last week hurt. And it hurt. But here we are now. The loss to Michigan, obviously. Two other first-round games will be played in the Midwest. Big Ten runner-ups and number 6 seed Penn State will host the ACC runner-ups and number 11 seed SMU. That's December 21 at high noon. The winner will play Boise State at the Fiesta Bowl on New Year's Eve. A clash of two Indiana schools is set in South Bend as number 7 seed Notre Dame will host 10 seed Indiana, 8 p.m. on December 20th to open the playoff. The winner's prize, a quarterfinal against SEC champions and number 2 seed Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. SEC runner-ups Texas got him with the highest at-large seed at 5. They will host the ACC champions Clemson in Austin, Texas, December 21, 4 p.m. Winner of that faces off against the number 4 seed, the Big 12 champions Arizona State, in the Peach Bowl. The stage is set.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, on a Monday, kicking off the new week. See what's going on with the Hillbilly. Morning, Hillbilly. How you been?
Good. I'm good. Good morning, Steve. How was your turkey day?
Had a good Thanksgiving. The turkey was good. They had plenty of leftovers. Turkey.
Oh, I had a great turkey day. I got to welcome my brand new granddaughter into the world Thursday evening.
Really? How about that? A Thanksgiving baby, huh?
Yep. Uh-huh.
Something to give thanks for.
Oh, yeah. We didn't really celebrate Thanksgiving on Saturday because of that, but none of us mind.
Yeah.
But the mama and baby's healthy, and she's starting to grow already. So, Steve, I don't have much hope for the Buckeyes beat Tennessee because their record for like you stated with the SEC teams are not very good.
Not good, yes.
So I'm not looking for them to. I know it's going to be a packed stadium, but I just don't see them pulling it off.
Yeah.
Now, how many days to Biden go right out in the sunset and Trump takes over?
Oh, what the hell? It's about 40 days, somewhere in there.
I knew I threw you a curveball there. Thought you were going to say how many days to Christmas, didn't you?
Yes.
But no, I haven't called in a while. I just figure I'm heading for the home 20. Figure I'll call in, say hi, and see what everybody's up to this morning.
All right. Is everything else going well out there?
Yeah. Getting the salt washed off my truck right now, going through Florence. But other than that, it's been a great day. So go home, go to bed, and do it all again this afternoon.
All right. Yeah, just lather, rinse, repeat. The old grind, as they say.
Yeah. Steve, you have a good night. Great show, and everybody be safe out there.
All right, great to hear from you there. Hillbilly, it's been a while, so thank you so much for checking in. If memory serves, I believe it was Daryl that called in a couple of weeks ago, alluding to something that I had not heard of, and he had me pull up the website, and he mentioned that a whole lot of people hadn't heard of it, and they had a big write-up in Landline Friday, kind of explaining this whole thing. Less than 1 month before the deadline for small businesses to report what they call beneficial ownership information. Yeah, a federal court has struck down the new requirement, taking companies off the hook, at least for now. Last week, the judge of the Eastern District of Texas Federal Court ordered a preliminary injunction that prevents the Federal Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. That was FinCEN for short. That's what Daryl brought up. So he told me to pull up the FinCEN website, preventing them from enforcing the Corporate Transparency Act for the time being, that effectively kills beneficial ownership information reporting requirements that were due on January 1. The judge's order another blow to the federal government's attempt to collect information from small businesses in an effort to prevent financial crimes often committed through shell companies. That was the premise. Earlier this year, an Alabama federal district court ruled that collecting beneficial ownership information is not constitutional in a lawsuit filed by the National Small Business Association. However, the judgment enjoining the rule applied only to association members, leaving all other affected companies on the hook to file by January 1. This latest court ruling is a sweeping nationwide injunction that applies to all companies that were required to report beneficial ownership information. That includes corporations, limited liability companies, and any other entities created by the filing of a document with a Secretary of State or any similar office in the United States that were formed before January 1 of 2024 and have 20 or fewer employees. Now, they've got a link for more info on that. Yeah, companies formed after January 1 of 24 had a 90-day window to file beneficial ownership information under this Corporate Transparency Act. The judge's order singles out that January 1 of 2025 deadline. Corporate law attorney Herschel Howard tells Landline that by blocking the entire Corporate Transparency Act, new companies that have not already filed are also off the hook. But last week's order could clear up some confusion for millions of small business owners. Many, if not most, were completely unaware of the new requirements. Among those who did know, there was confusion about who needed to file and what information they needed. Earlier this year, back in July, more than 100 trade associations representing a wide variety of industries wrote a letter to the Senate Committee on Banking requesting a delay in reporting financial ownership information. The groups representing everyone from veterinarians to funeral directors to roofing contractors said, for the most part, nobody knows about it, including owner-operators. According to the coalition letter, few companies were compliant because few knew about the beneficial ownership information rules. Although the filing under the Corporate Transparency Act started at the start of this year, only a few million businesses have actually registered, while an estimated 28 million covered small businesses have yet to file, which essentially meant the compliance rate was less than 10%, a direct result of the general lack of awareness among business owners. Like I said, when Daryl dialed us up about that, I hadn't even heard of it. Apparently, he somehow found out about it, went online, and I guess he filled in the information he needed to. While the business community and FinCEN have gone to great lengths to try and educate small business owners, it's clear additional time is needed. Absent a delay, millions of law-abiding citizens would be facing the risk of steep fines and criminal penalties come the end of the year. So at least for the moment, that's kind of on, we'll say, on hold.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Opposition groups in Syria have toppled the government there, ending the Assad family's decades-long grip on the country. Trent Murray reports on the rebels' rapid takeover from Tel Aviv.
A real historical moment here in the Middle East after more than 50 years of the Assad family ruling Syria with an iron fist. Their rule and regime all came crashing down overnight as those rebels who had been making a lightning offensive from the north to the south of the country officially took Damascus, the capital. The real first realisation of that came when they took over the state television and radio headquarters, where an anchor announced to the nation that Bashar al-Assad had fallen and that those rebels were now in charge. What we've seen is a flurry of activity in this really fast-moving story, extraordinary pictures coming out of Syria showing millions of people on the streets celebrating the fall of Bashar al-Assad, but also breaking into the presidential complex, into the residential wing where Bashar al-Assad and his family left, looters taking furniture and fine china and cutlery and even clothing.
Bashar al-Assad, Syria's now deposed leader, is reportedly seeking asylum in Moscow after opposition groups took control of Damascus. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
We have seen several Russian news outlets quoting the source in the Kremlin saying that Bashar al-Assad as well as the family of the ousted Syrian presidents are in Moscow, where they have sought the asylum which has been granted to them based on humanitarian grounds. We also have heard this same Kremlin source suggesting that Russian authorities remain in contact with the military opposition in Syria. We also have heard the same source suggesting that there have been security guarantees issued by those military opposition in Syria to the Russian diplomatic mission as well as to the Russian military bases.
Here in Washington, President Joe Biden is praising the regime change in Syria. Lisa Carton reports.
Speaking from the White House Sunday, Biden called the collapse of Assad's government a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria.
This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians. The fall of the regime is a fundamental act of justice.
Biden also warned there's a moment of risk and uncertainty over what comes next. The president outlined continued U.S. involvement in Syria to help establish a transition away from the Assad regime toward an independent nation that serves all Syrians. Biden's remarks came after a coalition of rebels captured the Syrian capital of Damascus, prompting Assad to resign. I'm Lisa Carton.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more on the weekend's extraordinary events in Syria and the sweeping from power of dictator Bashar al-Assad. US President-elect Donald Trump said over the weekend that he does not believe the United States should be playing any role, arguing on social media that this is not our fight. But in fact, the US is already deeply engaged in Syrian affairs. There are 900 troops in the northeast of the country supporting Kurdish fighters there, and American sanctions on Syria's oil and gas sectors are so comprehensive that to all intents and purposes it has a stranglehold over the country's economy. Joshua Landis heads the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Oklahoma.
There are heavy American sanctions on this. America owns all the oil and gas, so that's not coming to the Syrian government. And so Assad has not been able to rebuild. We'll have to see what the new one brings and whether America will lift those sanctions, return the oil and gas to the Damascus, or keep it for the Kurds. These are going to be big questions. They're going to look to the international community to lift those sanctions.
He spoke to Canada's CBC. Many observers believe that after Bashar al-Assad and members of his minority Alawite sect in Syria, the Kurds may be the biggest losers from this weekend's events, with Turkey watching closely and hoping to neutralise Kurdish hopes for autonomy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. Opposition groups in Syria have toppled the government there, ending the Assad family's decades-long grip on the country. Bashar al-Assad is reportedly seeking asylum in Moscow after opposition groups took control of Damascus. And in Washington, US President Joe Biden is praising regime change in Syria. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
right, another hour as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. Welcome into a Monday, 9th day of December. All right, Hillbilly, you tried to throw me a curveball. How many days till I said about 40 days. I was pretty close. Pappy's counted down by the hours and the minutes. 42 days and a little less than 9 hours till the inauguration takes place. Yes, indeed. When the new sheriff rolls into town. Can't get here quick enough. All right, good morning to Billy, who says good morning. Hello, Steve. The overnight drive, folks, headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Southport, North Carolina. We are at 52 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina, waiting on the rain to start the new week. Happy Monday. And there's Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. We got somebody on the line here. Who we got on board?
You got Pathfinder. Used to go by Donnie.
Well, good morning, Pathfinder. How the heck you been?
Well, it's been about 3 years since I've talked to you.
Yes, sir.
I came down to, I think it was Celadon and seen you. I haven't heard nothing from Spaceman for a long time. What's up with him? Have you heard anything?
Well, he was intelligent enough to get away from Yellow before they went belly up, and he working for UPS. Now, here about, I don't know, time flies, 6-8 months ago, had a heart attack, had quintuple bypass surgery, but the surgery went well. And boy. I haven't talked to him since then. I'm not sure if he's back to driving yet or not, but I think he's had enough time where he could be on the road again.
Well, I was forced. I worked for Yellow, Holland at first, and then that damn company they closed down, so they sort of forced me onto retirement. And they're a horrible company.
Right. Well,
yeah. I'm surprised no one went up there and smacked somebody. They're just horrible. I've been to truck shows and met you and Ed. How's Ed doing?
Ed's pretty much retired as well, but he's doing all right. He's got a kind of a book, a memoir of his life that he had wrote.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I listen to you, fall asleep with you, so. But the trucking's out of. I'm retired, and I'm just sitting out in my garage, so I won't bother my wife. Drinking a Skull Buster. And talking to you. But I haven't called in. I guess it's been about 3 years. But now, is that Hot Shot secret? Can you put it the gas treatment in the hybrid?
I believe so. Yeah, absolutely. It's because you got the hybrid's got the gas side, gas engine side, and then the electric. Sure.
Right. So when I retired, forced out, I went and sold my pickup truck, sold my Mercedes, and bought this hybrid. And I figured I'd go around. I got kids all over the place, down in Alabama and up in Wisconsin, Peoria, Illinois. And I thought, well, I'll just go visit them and stay with them a week or so,
Right.
But it didn't work out that way, so, yeah. But otherwise, I'm doing all right. Listening to you every night, and I just finally got the gumption to call you up.
Well, I'm going to hook you up with a first-time caller code, even though you said Celadon. Yeah, it's been a lot more than 3 years. That's been probably more like 6 or 8 years since we dealt with them.
Has it been that long?
It's been that long. Yes, it is. Yes. Yep.
Wow. Yeah, I was out there and met you, and they was having a cookout out there.
Yeah, it was truck
and
driver.
I didn't want to get on.
It was Truck Driver Appreciation Week. We were up there, and I think we broadcast 3 or 4 days up there.
Right. And I messed up, and I went up there at night because I thought you was playing at night.
Oh, I remember you calling at the time. Because when we recorded during the day, yeah, we'd say live from the Celadon, and you thought we were actually there from midnight to 5. I remember that.
Right. They had a hell of an outfit up there. They went into the basketball court, full-side basketball court, and it's been that long. Wow.
Yeah. They closed in 2019, and that closure was several years after we were actually there.
Wow. That's time flies.
Yeah. You're not kidding. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure does. And I used to go to the truck shows when I met Mike and Gallagher and all of them, and he's a great bunch of guys.
Yes.
So I never met Big Ed, I don't think. Does he actually bet on like a bookie or something and win money from getting them games, or he just does it with you?
I think it's just something we have fun with on the show. He just makes his picks, and overall he's had a really good season. He's had a really good year. So it's all in fun.
I got to go with Indiana though.
Oh yeah,
because I live in Indiana.
Okay.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I'll get that thing and order some from you. So.
Absolutely. All right. Well, yeah, we'll hook you up. I got your number here. I've got Jay that called in last week, and let's see who else we got. 13. I got to get all 3 of you guys turned in.
Okay. Will they call me or what?
Well, you'll get a text message from the folks at Hot Shot Secret, and it'll explain how the code. You'll have a coupon code. You go to the website, hotshotsecret.com, or you can use the app, and you can place your order. The coupon code takes $60 off your full order. So if you order less than $60, it'll be free. If you order $75, it'd be like $15, whatever. So, but yeah, $60 coupon code. Yes, indeed.
Well, I thank you.
All right.
That'll work.
Well,
and I'll try some of that stuff. Yeah.
And let us, give it a few months or a few weeks, and don't be a stranger. Don't wait 8 years to give us a ring back up there.
Yeah, I got you. Well, like I say, I'm out in my garage, not bothering my wife, and drinking a Skull Buster, and got up the courage to finally call you. Been a long time.
Yes, it has.
So, all right. Well, we'll talk to you all later then, and thank you for taking the call, and be good.
Thank you so much for listening in. Appreciate you falling asleep with us from time to time, and tuning in out in the garage, just enjoying the night. I guess that's what you get to retire. I remember he did come back like the next day. He showed up there during that Truck Driver Appreciation Week deal. He said I showed up at 1 o'clock in the morning because he lived pretty close to where their headquarters was there in Indiana. So he made that drive out there in the middle of the night. Said, "Hey, there wasn't a damn person out there." I said, "Well, we're not really. We're live during the day." And I had him confused by saying live from the Celadon Studios way back when. Yeah, that's had to be about 8 years ago now. All right, we'll get to, hey, Mike, greatest day of the week. Carl's on board. Philip, in room for you, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, all settled in on the greatest day of the week. What's happening, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, who the heck came up with the idea that it's the greatest day of the week? This day of the week sucks.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, I don't know. It interferes with Sunday and trying to get enough rest to work and get things done on Sunday. And I don't know. Was your Princess Day, was that Saturday or was that Sunday?
That was Saturday.
Now, that's a good thing, because if you had to do it on Sunday, you'd be in the same position I'm in with no rest, because you wouldn't have gotten home to take a nap before you had to start doing your show prep.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So anyways, with all that aired out there, so I don't think I got to tell you about it, but I believe it was Friday morning. They had Interstate 83 closed going to Baltimore, and I actually believe coming north out of Baltimore, down at exit 10, just about the city line on the north side of the city, right at where the city changes back to the county, and it's south of the Baltimore Beltway. And I could have sworn when I went by the signs, because I think it was like 5:30 in the morning, so I think I was too late to call you and let everybody out in listener land, let everybody know about it. I thought the sign said crash. But I get home later that day and start watching the news, and apparently there was a fire. Now you gotta check this out, Your Honor. You gotta check this out. So this fire is at a staging area where the urban trees end up at. Trees. There's a lot of trees around cities that the DPW, Department of Public Works, is out there maintaining and cutting down and disposing of. And well, it's an in-between disposal yard. It's kind of like a staging area. But they had rows of trees out there that were 30 feet high, 30 feet wide, and I have no idea how many hundreds of feet long. And anyways, somehow or another, I think it was Thursday evening, a fire got started. And they got fire going, rocking and rolling in there, and they had, I don't know how many hundreds of firefighters and different departments from multiple municipalities and mutual aid, and I think they had 4 counties worth of equipment,
Really?
Equipment from 4 different counties, as well as Baltimore City. So, Yeah, so they were calling in quite a bit of equipment. I think some of the further out counties that they called from probably were bringing tankers in to bring in additional water supply. So, anyways, this wood is being staged because there's some nimwit with too many letters at the end of his name. You know how they get that PhD piled high and deep after their name when they go to these supposedly institutions of higher education, which apparently just, I think those people just get so much education that it just blocks out the ability to have common sense. So here's what they're doing with the wood. Because they're the green people that are going to save the world that are doing this.
Okay.
They're taking the wood and they're burying it so it doesn't decompose to put carbon in the atmosphere.
Okay.
So they haul all this wood into a yard with a diesel truck. They stack it all up with diesel equipment. They restack it on a truck to haul it somewhere where they're burying it with the diesel truck, a diesel equipment to load it on the diesel truck to haul it out to the site where they're digging with a diesel run excavator, and they're digging deep because they don't want the wood to decay. And then they're burying the wood, recovering the wood. So now they're leaving loose soil that can be erosion to runoff to go in the water areas, which pretty much all lead back to the Chesapeake.
Right.
Which is what everybody says is the worst thing that can happen to the Chesapeake. I say it's the highway salt that runs in there, but they say it's the dirt erosion. But anyways, they said that they are going to bury enough wood to allow an extra 14,000 cars on the road. Did you get that?
14,000 cars.
They're going to bury.
So now that all the wood's burned,
they didn't say anything.
Now that the wood's burned, though, how much pollutant did they put in the air?
Yeah, I'm thinking they're going to have to go around and repossess a lot of cars, Your Honor.
Wow.
But they didn't say one word about the equipment doing all this work. The trees, burying the trees, the trees not being able to decompose, they're going to be able to bear, have an extra 14. But they didn't say one word about all the equipment that's operating to do the process of burying the wood, getting it from where they cut it down to where they bury it. You got to look this story up in Baltimore. This is, and as I say, they had 83 closed for I don't know how many hours. The light rail train was closed because it was the light rail tracks go within hundreds of feet of where the spire was, and also BG&E in the same area on the north side of this yard actually was probably 12, 14 years ago built a gigantic substation for power supply to go into the city and supply the light rail and stuff in that area. So, yeah, it was a kind of a hairy fire because of, all the other stuff that was around it and everything. But anyways, yeah, multiple roads closed and just kind of unreal. But then to find out what their plans were to do with the wood, that was the icing on the cake there to find all that out. These green people are so far out of their tree, Your Honor. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
No pun intended.
Exactly. Oh my God. But anyway, so if anybody needed a good laugh, I hope they brought it along for them this morning there, on the worst day of the week. Jeez, I tell you what. Anyways, other than that, I don't know. It's still chilly over here. It's about 30, 38, 39 degrees. I'm over and I just went by the Dover Air Force Base. What am I doing way over here? How'd this happen? Anyways, we got about 38 degrees and somebody said that our rain's supposed to be showing up around here like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. And then I don't know, 100% chance today and like 40-some% on Tuesday. And then I think it's supposed to be back up towards 50 or 60% on Wednesday for rain.
Yep.
And then Friday is supposed to cool back down again. I think there's a chance of rain showers on Friday maybe, but we'll have to wait and see how that all works out. And as far as Spaceman goes there, I think the last that he was saying there was, you said he was supposed to be hopefully back in the truck in December, but I was thinking it was supposed to be closer to Christmas time maybe. I don't know. So maybe if that's the case, maybe he'll just hold off and wait for the beginning of the year and go back after the new year or something.
Right.
But unless he wants to call in, he's probably up yakking with all his friends. You know how he is. He's on that phone so much there. But he's probably yakking with all his friends out there overnight. Maybe he's got the show on in the background. We'll have to find out. And any word on the missing, possibly the smartest man in the world?
Not a word, not a thing.
Well, I tell you, we don't even know where Thomasina Turkey is. She might have ended up on Joe Biden's dinner plate this year. Who knows? Guess we got to wait and find out. All right, Your Honor, with that, I ain't got nothing else, so I guess we'll be relying on the knuckle buster maybe.
I'm looking up here. I got your fire. So it started Thursday, burned well through the day Friday, and the update Saturday. Firefighters have contained what was a massive fire at a North Baltimore wood recycling facility that the fire chief said would likely continue to smolder for days. Headlines, what we know, massive fire burned for hours, continues to smolder, no injuries. Winds have weakened, but the wind chills were at the time in the teens. Light rail was shut down. Crews continued to pour water on the fire scene from all sides through Friday afternoon. According to the mayor, progress continues. We know they've done a great job containing this fire. Speaking early Friday, the Baltimore City Fire Chief said large piles of logs were on fire. Flames were rapidly spreading due to the strong winds. Cold temperatures, icy conditions, and winds continue to cause issues on Friday.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Celebrations continue across Syria as the country wakes up to the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule, a family that had been in power for 5 decades. Over the weekend, rebels seized the capital of Damascus, forcing President Bashar al-Assad to flee. The president is now in Moscow along with his family, Russian state media are confirming, and will be given asylum there. Trent Murray has more.
Scenes of jubilation continuing to play out in towns and cities across the country, marking really the end of what has been one of the most brutal civil wars, not just the Middle East has experienced in recent times, but indeed the world. We have seen some of those people in the capital Damascus, for example, even breaching the presidential palace of Damascus, looting the personal belongings of the Assad family. Of course, through much of the past 24 hours, one of the big questions had been where President Bashar al-Assad fled to. Certainly there were indications that he was on a plane, but the destination was unknown. Overnight, we have heard from Russian state media that he and his family have now travelled to Moscow, where they were granted asylum by President Putin.
US President Joe Biden has offered his nation's ongoing support for Syria, but it's not clear what Biden's approach will be and whether it will be shared by his successor, Donald Trump, who takes over next month. Jagruti Dave is in Washington, D.C.
A moment of historic opportunity. That's how Joe Biden described the capture of Damascus and the departure of Assad after more than 2 decades in power. Mr. Biden's optimism came with a warning that this was also a moment of risk and uncertainty, with ISIS preparing to take advantage of the power vacuum. With that in mind, he said the US had conducted dozens of precision airstrikes in Syria. The incoming Trump administration is also watching events in the Middle East closely, with the president-elect posting on Truth Social a day before the government's collapse, "This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved." But given the level of existing US sanctions on Syria's economy and concerns about ISIS, the Trump administration may find that staying out of Syria is easier said than done.
China is monitoring developments in Syria, it says, and hopes the country returns to stability as soon as possible. Beijing's foreign ministry also said its embassy in Damascus has been helping Chinese nationals leave Syria.
On Chinese social media, the fall of President Bashar al-Assad was a trending topic, with the search term "rebels declare end to Assad rule" receiving more than 9.5 million views. Beijing has stepped up engagement with Damascus in recent years, looking to Syria to expand its influence in the Middle East. Last year, Chinese President Xi Jinping invited Assad to China.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, another hour underway. Get to some of the other industry headlines in the upcoming hour. Start things off, back to the calls with Carl. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call this morning. I appreciate you. I'd like to make a comment about Syria and Iran later on after I get finished with the college football. And Kentucky Wildcats in basketball, they downed Gonzaga out there in Seattle on Saturday night going into Sunday morning. And it was a really, really great game. They did it in overtime, and it happened on actually Sunday morning when they got the victory there by 1 point. It was an awesome game. But getting to the brackets there on college football, I looked over the brackets briefly early Sunday afternoon, and it looks like to me that we're going to see Oregon and Georgia in the national championship game. All right? So, and Oregon will probably beat Georgia due to Georgia being banged up by the time they make it to the national championship game. But Georgia is the most grittiest football team in the nation this year. They're gritty, they hang in there, and they do what they have to do to win. They actually beat Texas the only 2 times Texas has been beaten this year, which is
really rare that you can beat the same team in the same year in football. And that just don't happen very often. But then you've got the other brackets with Clemson and SMU and all of that, Penn State. I basically overlooked all of that because neither one of them is going to be a factor. And then you come up with the Tennessee-Ohio State game, okay? Now, that's a real big game. That's a really, really big game there getting ready to happen there at Ohio State. And they know the magnitude of that game, but it doesn't matter who wins that game. They're going to have to play Oregon after that.
Correct.
So either one of those teams are going to get beat by Oregon, okay? Ohio State can't handle Oregon. Tennessee can't handle Oregon. There's no way. Oregon is the best team in the nation this year. All right, they're the most skilled team. They're the most fastest team. They have the best team in the nation. That's all there is to it. Georgia's not going to be able to hang with them. They're going to be beat up, banged up. But Tennessee now, they have a good offense, but their quarterback is a skeleton. I don't know if you've watched their football games this year or not, but he's 6'6", and he weighs about 210 pounds. All right, and you could probably get your fingers around his arm, okay? You could probably grab his arm and put your hand around his arm and put your fingers together around his arm, okay? That's how skinny this guy is. And he is, Georgia took care of him pretty good because they put pressure on him. He had to release the football earlier than he wanted to, and he wasn't able to complete a whole lot of passes. So if I were Ohio State, I would be putting pressure on him and make him throw interceptions and things of that nature. But Tennessee does have a good running back. They've got a really good running back, and he's the best running back in the SEC. He's got the stats to prove it. He's got the yards. He's got more yards than any other running back in the SEC this year. So they do have a good running back. And if they get it to him, they're going to have to plug the holes and not allow him to get up through there into the secondary. And he's good at running touchdowns, 57-yarders, 81-yarders. He's just a really good running back. And but getting to Syria and everything, we're watching Syria is taking place here with the people are taking over, and that's really, really good. And I'm sure that Trump is licking his chops on that one because that's really good. And he's thinking about the same going with Iran. And he's going to do everything he can to help those people in Iran to take over that government in Iran the same way that Syria is doing right now, too, as well. And it's probably going to be a very, very good situation to where he won't even have to do much damage to Iran except economically, okay? The economic thing is going to force the people to go up against the government in Iran, I feel like, in that situation over there. And thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. It'd be interesting to say that is, I don't know what the implications for the United States are, but interesting how that all unfolded. Waking up Sunday morning to the headline, Damascus has fallen. Assad boarded a plane, and at one point there was some speculation that the plane might have gone down, but apparently they had simply turned the transponder off because they didn't want the bad guys to know, or his enemies to know, where that plane was in the airspace. Word is he has successfully arrived in Moscow. He's been granted asylum there in Russia. Interesting over the weekend. Morning, Philip. Off to work we go.
Yeah, off to work we go here.
guess they turned the old ELT off on that airplane so nobody could see where it was at there.
Right.
So, but my question about Syria is, which way are these rebels going to go? Are they going to go for a democracy, or what are they going to do? You know, which way are they going to go? What kind of government are they going to set up? You know, it's one thing to take it over, but you got to run it too.
Who's going to run it? Exactly. Yep.
You know. So that's the big question. And economically, what can Syria supply the world that's going to make them economically strong? That's a big question too. Now, you know, Iran has a lot of oil. So if that happened in Iran, you know, there's something that would keep the country going, you know. But Syria, what do they got to offer?
Mm-hmm.
You know, what kind of material do they have in their country that's going to make their country viable for the rest of the world? That's the big question. And also, are we going to back the Houthis and all these other people like they've been doing with all the situations they've had you know, with the ships and all that over there? Is that going to happen still too as well? You know, Syria, some of those groups had access to hypersonic missiles, if you remember, not too long ago. So does this group of rebels that took over the country have the availability to catch somebody with a missile, a hypersonic one? So there are a lot of questions there. I want to thank Brother Rambler for that great sermon last night. I watched most of it. I couldn't watch all of it because I had to go to sleep. But he talked about that it's in the Bible about the situation in Syria, that Damascus would be taken. It's actually in the Bible, Steve. So I was like, wow, that's pretty heavy stuff there, you know. But if anybody's got time on Sunday, man, I believe it's 5 o'clock Central time. That's when they had their services on Sunday. I watched it last night. He did a good job. He had a lot of prayer requests. So, and he also promoted your show, Steve. He promoted Hot Shot Secrets. He said they don't pay me, but I use their product.
Absolutely. He always does.
But other than that, absolutely. You know, he follows you a lot, Steve. You know, he's one of the loyal ones. And that's what we need now in America. We need people to be loyal and do what they need to do, if you know what I mean. So,
yes, sir.
But that's all I pretty much got today. I ain't got too much. I'm just going to sit back and take it easy. And y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right, great to hear from you, Philip. Safe journey on into the office to kick off the new week. And all right, we get to the bird flu. Uh-oh, the U.S. issued a federal order on Friday mandating that the national milk supply be tested for bird flu. According to the Agriculture Secretary, authorities seek to grapple with rapid spread of the virus among dairy herds. It's back in the news. Bird flu has infected more than 500 dairy herds in top milk state, California, more than 700 nationwide since back in March of this year, raising concerns of the impact to farmers and the milk supply, as well as the risk to human health. Nearly 60 people have contracted the virus since April, most of those workers on infected poultry or dairy farms. Symptoms, for the most part, have been mild. CDC officials have said the risk to the general public is low. First announced they would begin national milk testing in October after a push from industry and veterinary groups for stronger surveillance, but didn't detail the extent of the program or how it would be implemented. The testing plan, which will involve monthly or weekly sample collection from bulk milk tanks and dairy processors, will be rolled out first in California, Colorado, Michigan, Mississippi, Pennsylvania, and Oregon. The latter three states have not reported bird flu infections in dairy cattle. It gives us an opportunity to get potentially a heads up about new virus in areas of a state that currently has the virus or new states. Plan is they will begin testing December 16. The pace of testing will depend on whether virus is detected in initial sampling. The order requires farms and processors to make raw milk available for sampling, and farm owners whose animals test positive for the virus to tell the agency about animal movements and other information. The Department of Agriculture currently only requires testing in lactating dairy cattle moving across state lines, a requirement laid out in its only other federal bird flu order that was issued all the way back in April. Both federal orders are in effect and will remain so indefinitely. I said the testing plan was developed with industry groups, state officials, and veterinarians. Now, last week, California issued a recall of milk and cream products made by raw milk company Raw Farm after bird flu was detected in their retail products and their bulk milk. Food and Drug Administration has been advising against consuming raw milk because it can contain pathogens, including bird flu, but says pasteurized dairy products are safe. The pasteurizing process kills those pathogens. Looks like the state has about 1,100 dairies, the state of California, according to the California Milk Advisory Board. So that means nearly half of their dairy farms have at this point been infected with the bird flu. At the same time, California researchers are now saying that the world may be just one genetic tweak away from human-to-human transmission of the bird flu, the H5N1, which could open the door to widespread human infections, possibly even a pandemic. Study published last Thursday in the journal Science, Scripps Research Institute biologist determined that a single mutation of the hemagglutinin protein, or the H in H5N1, could transform a virus that has so far sickened or killed mostly birds and cows into a pathogen that targets cells in human beings. This finding amid the growing number of outbreaks among the California dairy cows, as well as the state-ordered recall of raw milk products. Scripps researchers suggest the path for such a genetic change may be much shorter than state and national health officials anticipate. This really surprised us, according to the study's co-author. This one mutation satisfies a requirement for transmission. They said the study's findings countered some of the prevailing thought on the virus, specifically that it would take multiple mutations for this to pose a threat to humans. This will likely cause a stir. According to Webby, who is a researcher in the Department of Infectious Disease at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis, they were not involved in the Scripps research. He says, I think most of us thought it would probably need more than one change. A virologist at the University of Wisconsin-Madison called the team's finding a significant discovery and said it's critical because, given the mutation rate of influenza viruses, 1 in every 10,000 particles of the bovine H5N1 virus could carry this mutation. That means the potential emergence of an H5N1 virus that can recognize human receptors is closer than we may have thought. Now, several months ago, Paulson and the co-author of the Scripps structural biologist decided they would investigate the current H5N1 strain and see what it would take for it to cause a human pandemic. So in other words, somewhere behind, supposedly in a lab, yet we're screwing around with this stuff. Didn't we learn something about messing around with... Yes, we just came out of a COVID pandemic that was caused by screwing around with a virus. Paulson is an expert in researching where and how different influenza viruses bind to cells when they enter a host. He studies the structure of influenza virus proteins. They began their research by accessing a global influenza database and locating the genetic sequence for this particular strain of H5N1 bird flu that was found in a Texas dairy worker. They then examined the proteins or the spikes on the outer surface of the virus, since those enable it to latch onto the cell membrane of its host. Animals like birds and humans have different docking stations on their cells known as sialic acid receptors. All right. Ordinary person-to-person transmission of a flu virus is mainly through air, droplets from a sneeze or a cough that contains very little virus. In this context, the virus needs to be able to recognize human-type receptors to bind to cells in the human airway in amounts sufficient to cause infection. So the research is going on, but I don't know. It's make you kind of wonder, timing-wise. The flu's been around for years, in birds. We've culled millions of wild birds, laying hens, turkeys, and then it moves into the dairy farms, and now supposedly a number of other animals out there have been passing around the flu, but it is 8 before the hour. 844-844-3388. On a Monday, Eagle, what's happening? How was your weekend?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm out here on the road. Before I get to the story on this CEO that got killed last week, I want to talk a little bit about college sports right quick. Steve, the college bowl commission, like I said, it's no surprise because these guys are a bunch of losers that doesn't know anything about football to begin with, never probably even played football. Made decisions on very bad decisions. If I'm just gonna single out one team, and that's Indiana. Indiana should not be in the college playoffs. They had a losing schedule that they played, one of the worst schedules in college football, because they're one of the worst teams in college football history in terms of winning, Indiana. And then when they finally had one game against a major team, Ohio State, they got blown out. They got blown out, and their only opportunity to show what they had. They had won 11 games in a row, and they got completely embarrassed by Ohio State. That doesn't deserve to go in over a team from the SEC. I ain't talking about Alabama. There's other teams that could have got in. Ole Miss could have got in, or maybe even South Carolina. I guarantee you, if you play the game right now with South Carolina or Ole Miss, they would blow Indiana. I'm not going to use Alabama because I have no confidence in them at this point right now because of their coaches they brought in. But if you talk about South Carolina or one of these others, they would blow Indiana right off the field. And you're going to see that game next week. Notre Dame is going to walk all over Indiana, and it's a shame that they made the decision because they got to give the opportunity to another school. Just because you only lose one game doesn't mean you deserve to be there. Simple as that. Now, another team that doesn't deserve to be there, as far as I'm concerned, is SMU. SMU doesn't deserve to be there because that's another team that played a very weak schedule, and then they got beat by Clemson, another team that's a very weak team. Only reason Clemson is even involved in the whole deal is because they're in the ACC, which is one of the weakest division in college football. But Clemson's only opportunity to play a tough game, the first game of the year, they got embarrassed by the University of Georgia. Georgia walked all over Clemson. And so like I said, they made very bad decisions, Steve, on who they put in. And you'll see when the playoff games are played, the people will regret their decision because it's going to probably be a blowout in the SMU game and the Indiana game, and they'll realize that they should have put two better teams in there and have a better matchup as far as I'm concerned. But it doesn't really matter because in the long run, from what I've seen so far, Oregon is the best team, even though nobody's never seen them because they're on the West Coast. Oregon, if you want to beat Oregon, you got to be ready to score 40 to 50 points a game. And there's very few schools out there right now that can score 45 to 50 points in a given game. So unless they got a team that can do that, Oregon should walk away with the national championship from what I've seen. Now, let's talk about this situation. Yeah, I may have to go in over the top hours a little.
Yeah, because we're almost to the news break here. You want to talk about the political arena, Syria? I'm not sure exactly what he's got on his mind, but yeah, hold on. Hold the thought. Yeah, we'll take care of a news break, and what are we rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast this Monday morning? All right, turn the page on the calendar. 9th day of December. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Celebrations continue across Syria as the country wakes up to the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule, a family that had been in power for 5 decades. Over the weekend, rebels seized the capital of Damascus, forcing President Bashar al-Assad to flee. The president is now in Moscow along with his family, Russian state media are confirming, and will be given asylum there. Trent Murray has more.
Scenes of jubilation continuing to play out in towns and cities across the country, marking really the end of what has been one of the most brutal civil wars, not just the Middle East has experienced in recent times, but indeed the world. We have seen some of those people in the capital Damascus, for example, even breaching the presidential palace of Damascus, looting the personal belongings of the Assad family. Of course, through much of the past 24 hours, one of the big questions had been where President Bashar al-Assad fled to. Certainly there were indications that he was on a plane, but the destination was unknown. Overnight, we have heard from Russian state media that he and his family have now travelled to Moscow, where they were granted asylum by President Putin.
US President Joe Biden has offered his nation's ongoing support for Syria, but it's not clear what Biden's approach will be and whether it will be shared by his successor, Donald Trump, who takes over next month. Jagruti Dave is in Washington, D.C.
A moment of historic opportunity. That's how Joe Biden described the capture of Damascus and the departure of Assad after more than 2 decades in power. Mr. Biden's optimism came with a warning that this was also a moment of risk and uncertainty, with ISIS preparing to take advantage of the power vacuum. With that in mind, he said the US had conducted dozens of precision airstrikes in Syria. The incoming Trump administration is also watching events in the Middle East closely, with the president-elect posting on Truth Social a day before the government's collapse, "This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved." But given the level of existing US sanctions on Syria's economy and concerns about ISIS, the Trump administration may find that staying out of Syria is easier said than done.
China is monitoring developments in Syria, it says, and hopes the country returns to stability as soon as possible. Beijing's foreign ministry also said its embassy in Damascus has been helping Chinese nationals leave Syria.
On Chinese social media, the fall of President Bashar al-Assad was a trending topic, with the search term "rebels declare end to Assad rule" receiving more than 9.5 million views. Beijing has stepped up engagement with Damascus in recent years, looking to Syria to expand its influence in the Middle East. Last year, Chinese President Xi Jinping invited Assad to China.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more on the weekend's extraordinary events in Syria and the sweeping from power of dictator Bashar al-Assad. US President-elect Donald Trump said over the weekend that he does not believe the United States should be playing any role, arguing on social media that this is not our fight. But in fact, the US is already deeply engaged in Syrian affairs. There are 900 troops in the northeast of the country supporting Kurdish fighters there, and American sanctions on Syria's oil and gas sectors are so comprehensive that to all intents and purposes it has a stranglehold over the country's economy. Joshua Landis heads the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Oklahoma.
There are heavy American sanctions on this. America owns all the oil and gas, so that's not coming to the Syrian government. And so Assad has not been able to rebuild. We'll have to see what the new one brings and whether America will lift those sanctions, return oil and gas to the Damascus, or keep it for the Kurds. These are going to be big questions. They're going to look to the international community to lift those sanctions.
He spoke to Canada's CBC. Many observers believe that after Bashar al-Assad and members of his minority Alawite sect in Syria, the Kurds may be the biggest losers from this weekend's events, with Turkey watching closely and hoping to neutralise Kurdish hopes for autonomy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Syria's Bashar al-Assad is in Moscow and will be given asylum there, Russian state media is confirming, even as celebrations continue across Syria following his ouster. US President Joe Biden has offered his nation's ongoing support for Syria as he claims America's approach to Syria shifted the balance of power in the Middle East. China says it is monitoring developments and hopes the country returns to stability soon. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, as we roll into a Monday, that was the big news on the world scene over the weekend in Syria, where they've been in civil war for how many years? It's been over a decade. Syrian rebels declaring Bashar al-Assad's ouster after seizing control of Damascus Sunday, ending the family's iron-fisted rule after, there it is, more than 13 years of civil war, which they describe as a seismic moment in the Middle East. The Islamist rebels also dealt a major blow to the issue, the influence of Russia and Iran in the region, who were some of the key allies who propped up Assad during critical moments in the civil war. Syria's army command notified officers on Sunday that Assad's regime had ended, but the Syrian army later said it was continuing operations against, quote, terrorist groups in the key cities of Hama and Homs. Assad, who had crushed all forms of dissent, flew out of Damascus for an unknown destination early Sunday, according to two senior army officials, as rebels said they had entered the capital with no sign of army deployments. We celebrate the Syrian people, the news of freeing our prisoners and releasing their chains and announcing the end of the era of injustice in the Sadnaya prison. That's the large jail on the outskirts of Damascus where the Syrian government apparently had detained thousands. The Syrian rebel coalition saying Sunday they're continuing to work to complete the transfer of power to a transitional governing body with full executive powers. The great Syrian revolution has moved from the stage of struggle to overthrow the Assad regime to the struggle to build a Syria together that benefits the sacrifices of its people. Thousands of people in cars and on foot congregated at the main square in Damascus, waving and chanting freedom after a half-century of Assad family rule. Now, this marks a dramatic moment for the Middle East, undermining Russia and Iran, which have lost a key ally at the heart of the region, creating more uncertainty as the Gaza war rages on. But the pace of events stunning other Arab capitals, raising fears of a new wave of regional instability. The Iranian leaders have to be feeling, are we next? A turning point for Syria, shattered by years of war, turning cities into rubble, killing hundreds of thousands, forcing millions abroad as refugees. All I know is the Prime Minister is calling for free elections. The real question is, how orderly will the transition be? It seems quite clear, they say, that Mohammed al-Ghani is very eager for it to be an orderly one. He will not want a repeat of the chaos that swept Iraq after U.S.-led forces toppled Saddam Hussein. They're going to have to rebuild. They will need Europe and the U.S. to lift sanctions. Where this is all going to go, they say Assad's whereabouts is unknown, but reports are he has landed in Moscow. Asylum has been granted in Russia. All right, Eagle, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, yeah. I seen a video tonight while I was on TikTok, and they said that the Syrian people had overthrown the Assad's house. They were ransacking his house, going through his house and stealing everything they can get their hands on. And they said that they had freed some hostages or something that he had. Mm-hmm. He had some hostages that somewhere, I don't know where the hell they was at. But he was like I say, he was a coward. He does what cowards do. He chickened out at the last minute and got out. When he knew things was out of control, that's when he got on his plane and got the hell out of town, kind of like that other guy did, the other leader a couple of months ago at another place. I forgot what his name was, but that's what they do. They chicken out at the last minute. Now he in Russia with Vladimir Putin, and now they'll probably never get their hands on him now. The way it looks, another country that looks like they might be in the same scenario. If those people got TVs, is South Korea. I believe that the same thing might take place in South Korea because they're not happy with that president that they have over there, especially after he tried to have what they call martial law on his own people. They tried to they somehow, for some reason, they voted for him to stay in, but the people don't want him in. So it wouldn't surprise me if the people try to overthrow that guy and get him out and get somebody else in, because it's obvious that guy doesn't care about the people of South Korea. So it wouldn't shock me if something takes place over there in the next few months in South Korea. Because like I said, the world is on fire right now, Steve. And like I said, we have an invisible president right now, and an invisible man, whatever you want to call him. I don't even think I'm gonna mention his name on your show no more until he leaves the White. I'm just gonna call him Mr. Invisible from now on, because like I said, Donald Trump's not even the president, Steve. He's over in France right now, meeting with Macron and all the other leaders at this Notre Dame deal. Joe Biden should be, I just said the idiot's name. The invisible man should be there, or either Kamala should be there, representing the United States. But like I said, that shows you what these individuals are all about, that Donald Trump you could do something that he's not supposed to do. Now, let's go to the situation with what's going on in New York City with this case. I was in Atlanta, Georgia over the weekend, Steve, over on Friday and Saturday, and I got the hell out of Atlanta because they claim that guy got on a Greyhound bus out of Atlanta, Georgia, headed to New York City. That's what they claim. And now they said that since he on the loose now, they claim that he might be on another bus, Greyhound bus, headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they saying. They say he travels with Greyhound bus. I guess that's all they can afford. But here's how it goes. Here's how it goes, Steve, with this situation. It looks like this whole thing is a game. Somebody's playing games. They said they found a backpack over the weekend with Monopoly money in the backpack. Now, why would somebody do such a thing? Is they making a joke out of this situation or laughing in somebody's face? The whole thing is very, very strange. What's going on? And like I said, the reward money. People are mentioning that on the internet. This is the richest insurance company in the world, and yet they only had a $10,000 reward. That sounds like they don't care too much about that guy, from what people are saying. And in the meeting, from what I understand, the meeting still took place even after this guy was shot. You would have thought they would have told, hey, the meeting is done. We're not going to meet. We just had a man get shot, CEO of his company, but they said that the meeting went on. Don't sound like they give a damn about that guy who got killed to me. This is so-called insurance company. It's the whole situation. Like I said, there's information coming out, Steve, that this guy, he might have been ready to blow the whistle on somebody, and they had to get this guy quiet, that this might not have been an accident. That this guy knew too much. about what was taking place with the insurance industry and how they were ripping people off and stealing people's money, which is what they do. And he was about to blow the whistle on it, and somebody didn't want the man to talk, so he had to be gunned down. Because it don't seem to me like they're looking for it very hard, Steve. Like I told you last week, New York is the biggest police department in the U.S. of A. And I know New York City is a big city. I've been to New York. I've been to Central Park. Like I said, they should have been able to identify this guy by now. He shouldn't have been damn sure. At this point, I don't even think he's in New York right now. I think he's long gone from New York. Where he's at, I don't know, but I doubt if he's in New York right now. And like I said, it's looking more and more like they're not gonna get their hands on this guy for a while now. If you really want to be honest about it, Steve. But I wanted to ask you this question. Okay. Now, a lot of people are calling in. I heard last week a lot of people are calling in with insurance horror stories about how families have been denied coverage. And, they even got so bold now, Steve, but they changed that immediately. They had the nerve to say, I forgot what insurance company it was, they had the nerve to say that after a couple of hours of anesthesia, that they wasn't going to cover that anymore if he was in a damn operation, and that the client would have to be required to pay for the anesthesia. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, they backed off on that. They said there is no limit. I forget which insurance company that was. I think it might have been Blue Cross Blue Shield, but yeah, they've retracted that now.
Yeah. They had no choice. They had no choice to do that, but to do that, Steve. But I'm understanding now that over the last couple of days that these insurance companies and other big name people are upping their security for their employees and for their big name people, CEOs. They're upping the security for their people because they've been getting a lot of bad death threats and all kind of things going on. So, like I said before, these companies, Steve, these people pay a lot of money for insurance. And all these denying claims and all that, it's just totally unnecessary. When people need these insurance companies to come through for them, they need to start coming through and stop stealing this money from these people, because I pay insurance, and if you have a problem, you need the money. You don't have time to play games with these people. These people are $1 billion corporations. What is it going to hurt them to give you $100,000, $50,000, $6,000 for an operation? That's a drop in the bucket to a company that's worth $4 or $5 or $3 trillion. It makes no sense for them to continue to cheat and rip off people like this, not when they have this type of money. So hopefully they will, after seeing what happened to this guy, these insurance companies will make a change and give the American people the money that they deserve when they have an emergency. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, well, the answer to that question is pretty simple. They are what they call for-profit companies. Yeah, they're not in business of being nice to you. Yeah, just because you make your premium payments, they're in business of making a profit. They have investors, they have shareholders, and the more money they make, the more the shareholders come out on top. I don't know if you missed it when I shared earlier that over the weekend, Eagle, they did say that they know who the guy is, they know his name. They do not believe he's in New York City. That is a fact. Some of the updates over the weekend, there's a lot, they say, a lot of evidence they've recovered that they're not divulging, because you don't want to, if you give all the information out, the bad guy, the killer, would be tipped off, more or less. Say, aren't there cameras everywhere in New York City? Of course, we know the answer is yes. But they said it's not that you can't just magically get all that surveillance footage together overnight. It could take weeks to find and scrub through the video footage from all the places where he may have traveled. We know they say they believe he arrived in New York City 10 days before the killing. Throughout that stay, he was on camera numerous times, but he always kept his hood over his head. He wore a mask when he was in public places. He knows he's on camera. in New York. Yeah, police are searching for and scouring hours of video footage in hopes of finding more clues. Whether he met with anyone else while he was in the city. But it's going to take time. It could take weeks. They will build out every step of his trip that's on video. They'll create a movie of his every move. While he meticulously planned many parts of the crime and the getaway, he might be surprised by how far the NYPD is going to go in collecting video, according to the chief. And they're not just going to take it from the crime scene to his escape route. They're actually going to rewind, and they're going to try to account for all 10 days he spent in the city. And I don't think he anticipates that. The question, why couldn't they find him in Central Park on the day of the killing? You got to remember, it is a colossal place. Minutes after he was gunned down, captured the suspect riding the electric bike into Central Park. We're talking 843 acres. Central Park is larger than the country of Monaco. It's a big park, and it's complicated terrain. Suspect apparently left the park within minutes after reviewing security footage. They believe he may have left the park through the West 77th Street exit, but he did not have that distinctive gray backpack. I mean, the thinking is he went into the park to change. About 7 a.m., a man resembling the suspect was spotted riding a bicycle on West 85th Street. The private surveillance footage shows that. They say they've reviewed the video, believe it likely is the gunman in that particular video. Now, we now have a photo showing the suspect's unmasked face. How has no one recognized him and come forward? Some are saying he's a man enacting vigilante justice against the healthcare system, which they believe value profit over patient lives, which could hinder some people's motivation to report possible sightings of him. Evidence suggests the gunman viewed himself as kind of a Batman-type figure, seeking justice on behalf of people that he thinks that he is actually representing. The words delay and depose. Police investigated whether those words suggest a motive. Tens of thousands of social media users mocking the death of the health insurance CEO. Very little sympathy for the guy. A post by United Healthcare's parent company, they say received more than 82,000 reactions as of Friday. 76,000 of them were actually laughing emojis. People kind of feeling like he got what he deserved. Facial recognition. With that photograph they have, the best photo to help identify. Contrary to popular belief, they say facial recognition software does not always link a suspect's face and identity. Most Americans may believe that law enforcement has images of everybody in the country. That is very much not the case. If it happens to not be a resident of New York who happens to not have been arrested before, odds are he's not going to be in their criminal database or their mugshot repository. So what's likely happening across law enforcement across the country is they're looking for this image in their local systems to see if this perpetrator exists in their galleries. Some believe the police can just cross-check a suspect's face with the driver's license photo from the DMV. It's apparently not that simple, they say. It's a legal permissioning process. The state of New York does not have access to the DMV database for law enforcement purposes by statute. It requires cooperation and information sharing and a reason and willingness by the respective agencies to be allowed to share by law. Facial recognition should not be used alone to identify a suspect. Our job is to make law enforcement easier. If you think about the real basis and the use of facial recognition technologies, it's to sift through the millions and millions of images to get down to a small subset that the expert can use to make the identification. Face is not a fingerprint. It is not DNA. It's not used for an affirmative match. It's used to get a small enough number where that expert can say, yeah, I believe we have an investigative lead here. What other evidence we may have that can match this person to the crime? Then, of course, they got a phone found in an alley. But they say extracting data from a phone can be extremely difficult, depending on the model of the phone, the operating system. Yeah, this is something every law enforcement at every level's been struggling with for the past 10 years. The end-to-end encryption and these incredibly secure kind of locking programs that we can have on our phones, according to the FBI director. He said, according to the FBI, we could take in an iPhone on a significant case, whether or not we could get into it, had to not only do with the model of phone it was, but also the specific iOS version it was running. You might be able to get into an iPhone 7 running iOS whatever, but you couldn't get into one if it was running a different iOS. Very, very complex matrix of hardware and software, he says. They've got DNA from the water bottle, right? Detectives have recovered possible DNA, evidence from the abandoned cell phone, and a water bottle they believe the suspect may have sipped from. That evidence has been turned over to a lab for testing, according to a senior law enforcement official. The presence of DNA might not be enough to identify the suspect. If the suspect committed a crime previously, had his DNA entered into a law enforcement database, it might be easier to identify him. If the suspect, if they had like a clean record, you don't have any DNA on file. If they're able to pull DNA, but there's no match to those DNA samples, that makes it very, very difficult. All right, 844-844-3388. Now, there's a chance, they say, the suspect could be isolated using genetic genealogy. If one of his relatives entered their DNA data into one of those public databases, like the family tree kind of thing, they can bring in familial DNA, but it takes a little more time to go through that process. That's what we know. We'll get back. Brain Dead coming up next, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Celebrations continue across Syria as the country wakes up to the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule, a family that had been in power for 5 decades. Over the weekend, rebels seized the capital of Damascus, forcing President Bashar al-Assad to flee. The president is now in Moscow along with his family, Russian state media are confirming, and will be given asylum there. Trent Murray has more.
Scenes of jubilation continuing to play out in towns and cities across the country, marking really the end of what has been one of the most brutal civil wars, not just the Middle East has experienced in recent times, but indeed the world. We have seen some of those people in the capital Damascus, for example, even breaching the presidential palace of Damascus, looting the personal belongings of the Assad family. Of course, through much of the past 24 hours, one of the big questions had been where President Bashar al-Assad fled to. Certainly there were indications that he was on a plane, but the destination was unknown. Overnight, we have heard from Russian state media that he and his family have now travelled to Moscow, where they were granted asylum by President Putin.
US President Joe Biden has offered his nation's ongoing support for Syria, but it's not clear what Biden's approach will be and whether it will be shared by his successor, Donald Trump, who takes over next month. Jagruti Dave is in Washington, D.C.
A moment of historic opportunity. That's how Joe Biden described the capture of Damascus and the departure of Assad after more than 2 decades in power. Mr. Biden's optimism came with a warning that this was also a moment of risk and uncertainty, with ISIS preparing to take advantage of the power vacuum. With that in mind, he said the US had conducted dozens of precision airstrikes in Syria. The incoming Trump administration is also watching events in the Middle East closely, with the president-elect posting on Truth Social a day before the government's collapse, "This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved." But given the level of existing US sanctions on Syria's economy and concerns about ISIS, the Trump administration may find that staying out of Syria is easier said than done.
China is monitoring developments in Syria, it says, and hopes the country returns to stability as soon as possible. Beijing's foreign ministry also said its embassy in Damascus has been helping Chinese nationals leave Syria.
On Chinese social media, the fall of President Bashar al-Assad was a trending topic, with the search term "rebels declare end to Assad rule" receiving more than 9.5 million views. Beijing has stepped up engagement with Damascus in recent years, looking to Syria to expand its influence in the Middle East. Last year, Chinese President Xi Jinping invited Assad to China.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com.
All right, back at it here, 25 before the hour. And Brain Dead checks in on a Monday, greatest day of the week.
Okay, you keep thinking that, Steve. We're gonna make you drug tested for the month, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, I know Captain Ron's a little bit out there, you know, but not as bad as Spaceman, but still. I don't know if you heard the breaking news or not from the baseball world. Let's start off with a little baseball today,
Yeah.
Steve. Juan Soto has signed a 15-year, $766 million deal. So, Rick, I don't think Soto's coming to the Reds.
Wow. Major contract. 15 years, though. I mean, so obviously he's a young player.
Yeah, Soto, I think's 30-ish. I'll have to go stop and look at the numbers, but that's bigger than Ohtani. And Soto, yes, he is a good player. He's not a franchise player that I would want to put that much money into. he is the peak of his playing career. So I don't know. They haven't officially, quote unquote, officially announced it yet, but it's going to be interesting to see how all the numbers do play out. Now, I'm going to have to go back and listen because I was doing that checking eyelids for cracks thing about the Big Ed's pick about the Tennessee-Ohio State game. But, I don't know if our buddy Rick Friend is listening or not, but it's going to be a good game, and I think Tennessee might actually pull it out. I think they will. I mean, if they can beat Bama, what's to say what can happen? We've got to show up and play 4 quarters of football, not 3 1/3.
Well, obviously, Bud, what we witnessed over the weekend, with Georgia pulling off the upset, Clemson pulling off the upset. It's at the any given Saturday, any given Sunday. It's, I think the Gouger and Big Ed are kind of leaning that Tennessee might take that game as well.
It's going to be a good game. There's a couple of good games, and I can't remember the playoff brackets. I know that was one of them. There was another one I can't remember, though. That was going to be a good game because me and the Dingy one were talking about that this afternoon when they released the brackets, and
right.
I told her these two are going to be the games to watch. Tennessee's going to be the one, and then I can't remember, like I said, but the other two are. It's going to be no doubt because I agree with Eagle about the BCS committee. Realistically, just take the C out and you got what it is, just BS. But let's get into some little NASCAR news, Steve, shall we?
What you got?
Well, let's see. Excuse me. Kingsbred Hawaiian Rolls is leaving RFK Racing next year. Now, of course, you know who the main sponsor is for all the teams next year. It's Kroger. So, obviously, there's some form of disagreement between the two, and Kingsbred Hawaiian Rolls says, hey, see ya, we're out of here. We're going to go find somebody else to go for. And, rightfully so. There's a lot of teams that would love to have that little bit of money because you know how well these NASCAR teams are doing these days. So apparently Martin Truex may not be running the Daytona 500 this year. Now, remember earlier in the year, we said that even though Truex is retired, that he will run a third car just for the Daytona 500 for 23XI. Well, they said that he won't be in a third car for 23XI. He hasn't figured out where he's going to go, but he is going to run the Daytona 500. So that's going to be one of the things to watch. Also, it's like, at what point do you retire and go away? I mean, you're co-owner of a NASCAR team. Why not just stay retired, go away? I mean, you're a Hall of Famer on top of that. Just go away. But Jimmy Johnson said he is going to come back in the 84 car next season. Now, Steve, I know you're not familiar with a lot of the lower series like ARCA and trucks and all that. But I know when I say this, you're going to get your money out and be the first ones at the newsstands. Are you ready?
Okay.
Tony Bredinger, Bredinger. Now, she piloted the Venturi Motorsports Toyota to the 4th place in the ARCA standings last year. Now, she also opened up the truck season with Tricon Garage. But now, Steve, you're probably scratching your head going, well, why should I go to the newsstand, right?
Yeah.
Well, she's going to be on the cover of the Playboy, not the Playboy. She's going to be on the cover of the Sports Illustrated Swimsuit Edition, Steve. I know you're going to be out there with your buck $3.98 buying it up, right?
I thought SI was done.
No, apparently they're still coming out with the swimsuit edition. So, and I'm not going to say anything because there's probably the dingy one listening right now, and I don't want to be held for incriminating evidence.
Okay.
Now, there is another rumor floating around, and it was kind of mentioned by Steve Phelps. Now, you know, the last, oh God, I can't remember how many years, they've always had the championship weekend in Phoenix. Well, the idiots, the powers to be at NASCAR have decided they want to take this and move this to another track. Now, they're looking at Vegas. Vegas is a good option, but they've also held this at Vegas in the past. Now, they've also kicked around Darlington. Now, Darlington is a good idea, being one of NASCAR's oldest tracks. However, what happens in November? It can get really, really cold and and it could possibly snow, I think, if Gouger's listening to me. But also, too, they've also kicked around Charlotte. Charlotte does make good ideas because your home base is in Charlotte, but you've also got the Roval that's already there and the Coke 600 that's already there, too, because I know they moved the All-Star race to Wilkesboro. But now, Steve, I saved the best for last. This is the big news. Now, I know you're going to bang your head against the wall when we talk about the chartered lawsuit.
Oh,
so
boy.
Just bear with me a minute. Yeah, I know. I thought the thumping sound was from, never mind, I thought it was from somebody else. But anyway, Front Row Motorsports and 2311 have refiled their injunction with NASCAR and the charter teams. Now, they supposedly have some quote-unquote new evidence that is going to show that even though NASCAR has dropped the anti-competitive clause, they're still allowed to be running as an open team. But they're trying to show them that they're more of a monopoly. Now, one of the things they're going to show is remember the Stewart-Haas went under last year, and they're trying to show that they bought the charters, but in return, they're being held up in escrow, and NASCAR is not letting them go. Well, NASCAR this past week said, well, okay, we'll let you go ahead and buy them, but you have to run under our terms. You can't run under what you want. And they says, no, sorry. And NASCAR says, sorry, we're pulling the deal off the table. We're not allowing you going to have any charters. You're going to run as an open team next year.
Fair enough. Open team. All right.
So pretty much what it is that, and this is where, if you follow the logics of NASCAR and what's going on, because we go back to the days when you go to the Daytona 500, you had 40 spots and you had 50-something cars there.
Yep.
And now NASCAR is planning to run 30 cars with a charter and not 36. You're going to have 10 open cars next year, this upcoming year. This is not good for economics, because I listened to a podcast and the guy says, oh yeah, I was an open team and I was able to buy a charter and I was able to build it up and I sold the charter, but just to come back as an open team. So why did you buy the charter just to sell it to go back to an open team if you're hurting for money, if you're hurting for this, if you're hurting for that? If you know the charter has guaranteed money, why sell it and go back to an open team? There is a lot of theories here, and a lot of people have kicked around that 2311 may not make it to the end of the season. Well, you've got a valid point. And they also have said that, well, being a chartered NASCAR team, you do bring in sponsorship. Your eyeballs on the sponsors are very good, are very high. Well, that is true, but also too, at the same time, these companies want the biggest bang for their buck. They want to be able to get the name out there. They want to get the brand out there. They want to get to be visible. And yes, Jordan. Don't get me wrong, Michael Jordan is one of the biggest names in not just basketball, but in sports in general. And he's got a lot of followers. Now, whether or not he can get sponsors, that's one thing. But whether or not he's going to be in NASCAR this upcoming year, Steve, it's going to be one to watch. Steve. But I got to go to Paducah, buddy. You have a good one.
On the road again, as they say. There you go. I did a quick search, and he is correct. I guess it's hitting all the mainstream media. New York Post. What a wonderful holiday season it will be for the Mets. In a move reverberating through not just Major League Baseball, but the entire worldwide sports landscape. Juan Soto agreeing to a record 15-year contract worth $765 million with the Mets on Sunday, according to sources, to usher in the winter meetings. Now, I know they multi-year contracts. What if this guy gets hurt, in his first year or two? Now, the deal, which is pending a physical, eclipses the $700 million contract over 10 years, which included significant deferrals that Ohtani received from the Dodgers last winter. Major League Baseball valued that deal at $460 million in present-day value because of the deferrals. But Soto's deal, according to sources, contains an opt-out after the 5th season with no deferrals. He can opt out following the 29th season if the Mets don't increase his salary from $51 million to $55 million over the final 10 years of the contract. Also, Soto's contract will pay him $305 million, including a $75 million signing bonus in the first 5 years of his deal, for an average annual value of $61 million during that stretch at 26 years old. Soto will give the Mets a franchise cornerstone to join Francisco Lindor in the lineup, giving the team a 1-2 combo that rivals, if not surpasses, any in baseball. Soto was part of a similar dynamic last season with the Yankees, for whom he teamed with Aaron Judge to help lead the team to the World Series for the first time since 2009. The Yankees pushed hard to re-sign Soto, with managing partner Hal Steinbrenner raising his offer to $760 million over 16 years, more than double what the team gave Judge, which was 9 years, $360 million in free agency before the 23 season. Ultimately, it was Steve Cohen's offer that won out, allowing the Mets owner to make a tsunami of a splash for a fan base that has long been frustrated by life in the shadow of the Yankees. Is that the biggest contract in sports world? I mean, yeah, they get bigger and bigger. $765 million. Good golly. $750 million. It's 844-844-3388. All right, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
As we roll into a Monday, get the brand new week underway. Greatest day of the week. I, like many others, are very confused about night after night talking about these drone sightings in New Jersey. Why in the world can't law enforcement get a handle on who it is, who's flying these damn things? Mayors throughout northern New Jersey, matter of fact, nearly 20 of them, all pretty much saying the same thing. A group of county mayors and other elected officials demanding answers and action by authorities concerning the sightings of drones in northern Jersey in recent weeks. A letter signed by 19 elected officials requesting assistance from law enforcement agencies, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Department of Homeland Security, and New Jersey State Police. The letter says those agencies have taken a reactive rather than proactive approach. This all started in Morris County just before Thanksgiving. They've since been reported in Sussex, Somerset, Warren counties, and other areas in North Jersey. Last Thursday, Governor Murphy said he had convened a briefing with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, senior officials from the Department of Homeland Security, the New Jersey Office of Homeland Security and Preparedness, and New Jersey State Police to discuss this. Members of New Jersey's congressional delegation also participated in that meeting. Murphy said, "We're actively monitoring the situation and are in close coordination with our federal and law enforcement partners on this matter. There is no indication of any threat to the public safety." But the elected officials in their letter said they believe not enough is being done. "We look at it this way," they wrote. "Either higher-level officials know what's going on and are not concerned, or they're negligent for not apprehending and identifying even one of these drones. We strongly request a proactive approach to be taken on behalf of the residents in North Jersey and Morris County. These drones have to land at some point somewhere. And these officials need to follow them and identify where they're going, who owns them, who's operating them. I mean, residents pay a fortune for government. Right now, either our government is keeping us in the dark, or they're failing to act on the taxpayers' concerns over these unidentified drones. Concerned residents posting photos of what they believe to be drones and their theories via social media about who's operating them and why they're in the area. Officials warned some may be legitimate sightings, other could be cases of misidentified objects or hoaxes. The State Office of Homeland Security and other agencies have encouraged residents to report sightings to local authorities. The local official said it's disconcerting to residents that the drones have not been identified. And it's been, 3+ weeks now? I mean, prior to Thanksgiving. We demand they either they represent us with the answers or they go get the answers. But this limbo of no action is unacceptable. And that's signed off by the mayors, like 19 signatories on that letter. So I've been along the same line of thinking. All this time that has passed, why? And it's night after night after night. You can't put a law enforcement drone up to follow one of them. Where's it going back to? I mean, we've got the technology, or better yet, maybe shoot one of the damn things down. If it's a hobbyist, they may stop. Okay. About a minute before news break, final hour coming up at 844-844-3388. Well, if it's, you get a deal on tires, if it's too good to be true, there may be a reason for that. A Miami resident pleading guilty in connection to a scheme to illegally import Chinese-made truck tires, avoiding nearly $2 million in tax revenue. Hector Esquirosa, 52, pleading guilty to conspiracy to commit an offense against Customs and Border Protection. According to the DOJ, a possible prison sentence up to 5 years. He operated Miami-based companies, Production Tire Company, Premier Trade Corporation, specializing in importing truck tires into the U.S. He would conspire with brokers, suppliers, wholesalers in China, Canada, and the UK to evade anti-dumping and countervailing duties on Chinese-made truck tires.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Celebrations continue across Syria as the country wakes up to the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule, a family that had been in power for 5 decades. Over the weekend, rebels seized the capital of Damascus, forcing President Bashar al-Assad to flee. The president is now in Moscow along with his family, Russian state media are confirming, and will be given asylum there. Trent Murray has more.
Scenes of jubilation continuing to play out in towns and cities across the country, marking really the end of what has been one of the most brutal civil wars, not just the Middle East has experienced in recent times, but indeed the world. We have seen some of those people in the capital Damascus, for example, even breaching the presidential palace of Damascus, looting the personal belongings of the Assad family. Of course, through much of the past 24 hours, one of the big questions had been where President Bashar al-Assad fled to. Certainly there were indications that he was on a plane, but the destination was unknown. Overnight, we have heard from Russian state media that he and his family have now travelled to Moscow, where they were granted asylum by President Putin.
US President Joe Biden has offered his nation's ongoing support for Syria, but it's not clear what Biden's approach will be and whether it will be shared by his successor, Donald Trump, who takes over next month. Jagruti Dave is in Washington, D.C.
A moment of historic opportunity. That's how Joe Biden described the capture of Damascus and the departure of Assad after more than 2 decades in power. Mr. Biden's optimism came with a warning that this was also a moment of risk and uncertainty, with ISIS preparing to take advantage of the power vacuum. With that in mind, he said the US had conducted dozens of precision airstrikes in Syria. The incoming Trump administration is also watching events in the Middle East closely, with the president-elect posting on Truth Social a day before the government's collapse, "This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved." But given the level of existing US sanctions on Syria's economy and concerns about ISIS, the Trump administration may find that staying out of Syria is easier said than done.
China is monitoring developments in Syria, it says, and hopes the country returns to stability as soon as possible. Beijing's foreign ministry also said its embassy in Damascus has been helping Chinese nationals leave Syria.
On Chinese social media, the fall of President Bashar al-Assad was a trending topic, with the search term "rebels declare end to Assad rule" receiving more than 9.5 million views. Beijing has stepped up engagement with Damascus in recent years, looking to Syria to expand its influence in the Middle East. Last year, Chinese President Xi Jinping invited Assad to China.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more on the weekend's extraordinary events in Syria and the sweeping from power of dictator Bashar al-Assad. US President-elect Donald Trump said over the weekend that he does not believe the United States should be playing any role, arguing on social media that this is not our fight. But in fact, the US is already deeply engaged in Syrian affairs. There are 900 troops in the northeast of the country supporting Kurdish fighters there, and American sanctions on Syria's oil and gas sectors are so comprehensive that to all intents and purposes it has a stranglehold over the country's economy. Joshua Landis heads the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Oklahoma.
There are heavy American sanctions on this. America owns all the oil and gas, so that's not coming to the Syrian government. And so Assad has not been able to rebuild. We'll have to see what the new one brings and whether America will lift those sanctions, return oil and gas to the Damascus, or keep it for the Kurds. These are going to be big questions. They're going to look to the international community to lift those sanctions.
He spoke to Canada's CBC. Many observers believe that after Bashar al-Assad and members of his minority Alawite sect in Syria, the Kurds may be the biggest losers from this weekend's events, with Turkey watching closely and hoping to neutralise Kurdish hopes for autonomy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Syria's Bashar al-Assad is in Moscow and will be given asylum there, Russian state media is confirming, even as celebrations continue across Syria following his ouster. US President Joe Biden has offered his nation's ongoing support for Syria as he claims America's approach to Syria shifted the balance of power in the Middle East. China says it is monitoring developments and hopes the country returns to stability soon. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, thank you so much as we kick off that final hour. Welcome into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Let's back to reality here. We settle in. And the blind man checks in on a Monday. Morning, blind man. Did we lose the blind man? I believe we did. All right, so let's move on down. Let's try, I think Eagle wanted to chime back in here. Welcome back, Eagle. What you got?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. What's happening?
Hello?
Yes, Eagle, we got you.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to make a comment about this situation with TikTok. I didn't get a chance to cover that subject when I called in earlier. Okay, so now they're saying now, Steve, that the some kind of legislation went through on late Friday over the weekend to where the government is going to try to block TikTok from being having internet access in the U.S. Now, Donald Trump has already said that he's not going to try to stop that once he's in the White House, the TikTok viewership. So we'll see we'll see what happens with this situation. They're going to try to get it done before Trump gets in the White House is what they're trying to do. Mm-hmm. They're trying to beat him to the punch because they know Donald Trump doesn't want to do it. So they're going to be pushing real hard to get rid of, to make a move on this TikTok situation in the next couple of weeks, I think. And we'll see how it turns out. But Trump has said that he doesn't have a problem with it. So hopefully he keeps his word about that and does what he says. Now, I want to say this, Steve. The first, when I talked to you earlier about this insurance deal, okay, there's nothing, you got some very ignorant people in the U.S., Steve. There's people out there that's trying to make this guy out to be a hero, like he really did something good. No, this guy is not a hero, and he's also a coward. Like I said, he shot a man in the back. And it was unnecessary. Yeah, we understand that he had problems or what's going on. He might have had problems with the insurance industry, or somebody in his family might have been done wrong, but that doesn't give you the right to take somebody's life. Mm-hmm. This man had a family and a wife and kids, and now they're without a father. Now, it could have been settled a whole lot better, and it shouldn't have been settled this way. But for people to say that, like you said earlier, people are sending laughing emojis to these companies, and you go on the internet, people, I'm surprised that people are even blatant enough to come on video, making videos, saying that they're glad that this guy got what was coming to him, this and that. You can't, like I said, I don't know nothing about this guy, his background, what dig real deep into it. I don't know if he was one of the people, just because he's the CEO don't mean he was a part of the bad stuff that was going to stealing and the not paying off these people's insurance claims. We don't know this about this man, but like I said before, he's definitely not a hero, and he doesn't need to be made out to be a hero. Because, see, what this does when you do that, Steve, is you put that's the reason why other CEOs of other companies are up in their security, because now you got these copycat knuckleheads that want to be like this loser they see on TV that they on the loose for, spending money to look for this guy. No, the kids, you don't want to be like this. This guy has nothing to look up to. This individual who did what he did, he's not a role model for nobody. So, like I said before, Steve, hopefully things will take place in the next couple of days, and they can get this guy apprehended as soon as possible, because we don't need a man like this on the loose in the U.S. And like I said, I want to say to his family, his wife and family, whoever they are, you know, I feel bad for what happened to this guy. Like I said, hopefully they can get this man captured and you can get some kind of resolution. That's all I can say about that to the family. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. I did see, via the call screener, blind man was chiming in on something about when his reader came over this past day, told him he's going to have to replace some light bulbs. Because he uses the old incandescent light bulbs, which for all practical purposes have been banned. I think he said that he had kind of stocked up on them, and he's asking, am I allowed to use these, or do I have to replace them? No, if you've got them in your home, you can use them, blind man. The ruling pretty much was they can no longer be manufactured or sold in stores here. But if you got a closet full of incandescent light bulbs, I mean, it does not impact those. You don't have to throw them out. And I went back to clarify, and I pulled up where last year, where the U.S. pretty much implemented the new energy efficiency standards for light bulbs, which in effect banned what they refer to as the energy wasting incandescents. Back in April of 22, the Department of Energy announced light bulbs would need to have an output of at least 45 lumens per watt. A ban on the manufacture and sale of light bulbs that did not meet these standards went into effect August 1 of last year. That indirectly banned traditional incandescent light bulbs because they produce about 15 lumens per watt. Meanwhile, their LED companions can produce 5 times that. According to the bulb manufacturer Philips, there are some exceptions in black lights, bug lamps, colored lamps, infrared lamps, plant lights, floodlights, reflector lamps, and traffic signals. Consumers can continue to use any incandescent light bulbs that they still have in their homes. So that's you, blind man. Now, they say chances are most Americans didn't even notice a difference in the light bulb aisle after the rule went into effect. Well, the one thing you noticed is the price. Hello. Yeah, they're much, much more expensive nowadays. Most major retailers actually stopped selling the incandescents, the inefficient bulbs, months ago. The transition, though, is saving people money and reducing our climate impact. It's a win-win. The use of energy-efficient LED bulbs expected to save Americans money to the tune of $3 billion annually, according to the Department of Energy. Yeah, they estimate the average family will conserve about $100 a year on utility bills on this and other energy efficiency measures. Yeah, swapping out incandescent bulbs for LEDs, just one way to save money on your energy bill. Unplugging appliances when they're not in use, weatherize your home, install a heat pump, just a few other things you can do to save you hundreds of dollars annually. But Yeah, blind man, you are fine with the bulbs that you stockpiled when they made the announcement of the incandescent ban. Hello to Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners out there, the long weekend went by way too fast, but we were able to enjoy, sat in front of the fire, no interruptions for the better part of 3 days. As for today, it's kind of rainy and cold. I suppose we shall pour the coffee, warm the car, head into town, and see what we can get into. There you go, the new week underway. And there's Struck and Phil. Happy Monday, best day of the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 52 with rain ending later this morning. Fort Wayne looks like a high of 50. Rain also ending there at Sterling Heights. I'm with everyone else. They certainly did not get the college football playoff rankings right, or pairings. All right, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and flip back. Have a great week from Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Oh, and by the way, he gave a special Semper Fi shout-out to Knucklebuster last week. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't there, Mr. Steve Summers. I was probably at the house there. Anyway, a Semper Fi to Truck and Phil, and Semper Fi to Mr. Steve Summers. Hey, that college football playoff thing, it's more than just what the polls say. They kind of, Ohio State fans, they'll travel a long distance to go to one of their ball games, and they'll spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it's all about EMONEY. That Vegas bookie's the biggest winner of all them sporting bets there. So you can just, any sporting game, it's Vegas is going to win big time. Now, every now and then they'll lose, but most of the time they're going to win there. So, well, don't cry too bad. See, they've got, ESPN has got Ohio State beating Tennessee 65.5%. That's what they're predicting.
Okay.
Y'all got a chance of 65.5% of beating Tennessee.
Do you remember what was the Ohio State had a big percentage of beating Michigan too, didn't they? They got that one wrong.
Yeah, they got Texas beating Georgia wrong too. So Monkey Gouger might want to cry because they got Clemson being beat by 80%. So I don't know. It's that old thing you and I have been saying for a long time.
Yep.
Hey, any given day of the week.
Yep.
So, scientists issued this warning about perfume. See, so it's got some of the same stuff that plastic got in it, and you splash it all over your face and on your body there. And President Trump had a photo with Jill Biden, and he's using that to sell his new fragrance perfume, Enemies Can't Resist.
Oh, boy.
So, I don't know. Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, NASA's Webb telescope confirms the Christian belief that we had a beginning, Steve. So, well, everything's got a beginning there, right?
Yes, sir.
And I saw my bull on it for tonight. You've had a great show. I'm headed down here to Miami, Florida this morning, and you're singing that old Keith Whitley song, Miami. So, no, that's Miami, my Tennessee there, right? So I'll
you better get it right
that way.
Yeah, all right.
All right, have a great morning, Steve.
Thank you much, Knucklebuster. You do the same. Happy Monday. Under industry headlines, a California trucking company announcing plans to file Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Cal Freight, K-A-L, Cal Freight Incorporated, announced that it and affiliated companies filed voluntary petitions for relief from the U.S. Bankruptcy Court for the Southern District of Texas. Cal Freight pointed to continuing liquidity constraints, resulting in the company being unable to pay its debts as they come due and successfully operate its business. The company said they intend to maintain normal day-to-day operations funded through debtor-in-possession financing during the restructuring process. The company intends to continue paying employees in the ordinary course, as well as paying its vendors and suppliers in full under normal terms for goods and services provided on or after the filing date. Throughout this process, CalFreight aims to continue to serve customers and trade partners and ensure the safety of its employees in fleet operations. Company will file customary first-day motions that, once approved by the bankruptcy court, will allow the company to smoothly transition the business into Chapter 11. According to the news release, CalFreight, established in California in 2014, they have locations in Fontana, Bakersfield, San Marcos, as well as in Texas, New Jersey, Indiana, Georgia, and Arkansas. Company provides a variety of services, including FTL, dry-van, dedicated, and expedited. According to the FMCSA's Safer website, company operates 580 power units and employs 600 drivers.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Well, let's roll on over and check in with Daryl this Monday morning. Daryl, how the heck are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you there, Steve?
Yeah, we got you.
Are you there?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
How's the family and how's Striker?
Family doing well. Stryker doing well. Getting ready for Christmas.
Is the son back on patrol yet?
Not yet. I believe February, if memory serves. February. Yep.
I imagine he's getting antsy to put on that uniform.
Yes, he is.
You've been talking about Syria. I've been up on the Golan Heights 2 times, and that's the border of Israel and Syria. And they have fought over that thing since 1948, because when you're on the Golan Heights, you can look down and see the Sea of Galilee, and it looks like a fishbowl. And if they can put a rocket up there, they can hit anywhere in Israel. So the Israeli government controls it at this time, and you can see military hardware all over that mountain where they fought over it. And that's an important part of the world. You can see 5 countries from the Golan Heights: Iran, Iraq, Jordan, and Syria, and Israel. So I did not know that we were getting all the oil and gas out of Syria.
I didn't realize that either via the sanctions. That was interesting when he explained that on the news break there.
And it's going to the Kurds, and the Kurds are the Christian part of Syria. But they're right there against Turkey. Turkey does not like the Kurds at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what they're going to do with them. They used to live up in the mountains of Iraq, and they lived there peaceably till that war started. Those people have been fighting each other for 400 years. I read that when the war in Iraq started, that 400 clans have been, about 40 clans have been fighting for 400 years. And they still at it, doing a good job, looks like. I was interested in Pathfinder, asking about Spaceman. I'd been wondering about Spaceman. I always enjoyed his stories, especially about the tail of the dragon up in Tennessee.
Right.
Maybe he's up there helping those lost trailer trucks get turned around.
Yeah, hopefully he'll get back on the road here in short order and maybe check in some night and give us a full report.
We hope so. I will let you go, and I've enjoyed the show tonight. You've had a good one.
Well, that's a good way to start the week, wouldn't you say? Thank you very much, Daryl. And thanks for the tip, by the way, a couple of weeks ago, talking about that government program that was effectively shut down late last week, at least temporarily. All right, just a quick moment here. Delaware County Sheriff's Office deputy suffering major injuries late last week, struck by an out-of-control semi while responding to a previous crash about 4 a.m., Berkshire Township, Ohio. 2 officers were on scene on southbound I-71 to assist after a 29 Toyota Camry crashed. Both cruisers parked on the right-hand berm with lights activated. According to the State Patrol, a woman in a 2017 Freightliner Cascadia lost control, jackknife, striking Deputy Golden as well as the Camry, hospitalized with serious injuries.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Celebrations continue across Syria as the country wakes up to the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule, a family that had been in power for 5 decades. Over the weekend, rebels seized the capital of Damascus, forcing President Bashar al-Assad to flee. The president is now in Moscow along with his family, Russian state media are confirming, and will be given asylum there. Trent Murray has more.
Scenes of jubilation continuing to play out in towns and cities across the country, marking really the end of what has been one of the most brutal civil wars not just the Middle East has experienced in recent times, but indeed the world. We have seen some of those people in the capital Damascus, for example, even breaching the presidential palace of Damascus, looting the personal belongings of the Assad family. Of course, through much of the past 24 hours, one of the big questions had been where President Bashar al-Assad fled to. Certainly there were indications that he was on a plane, but the destination was unknown. Overnight, we have heard from Russian state media that he and his family have now travelled to Moscow, where they were granted asylum by President Putin.
US President Joe Biden has offered his nation's ongoing support for Syria, but it's not clear what Biden's approach will be and whether it will be shared by his successor, Donald Trump, who takes over next month. Jagruti Dave is in Washington, D.C.
A moment of historic opportunity. That's how Joe Biden described the capture of Damascus and the departure of Assad after more than 2 decades in power. Mr. Biden's optimism came with a warning that this was also a moment of risk and uncertainty, with ISIS preparing to take advantage of the power vacuum. With that in mind, he said the US had conducted dozens of precision airstrikes in Syria. The incoming Trump administration is also watching events in the Middle East closely, with the president-elect posting on Truth Social a day before the government's collapse, "This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved." But given the level of existing US sanctions on Syria's economy and concerns about ISIS, the Trump administration may find that staying out of Syria is easier said than done.
China is monitoring developments in Syria, it says, and hopes the country returns to stability as soon as possible. Beijing's foreign ministry also said its embassy in Damascus has been helping Chinese nationals leave Syria.
On Chinese social media, the fall of President Bashar al-Assad was a trending topic, with the search term "rebels declare end to Assad rule" receiving more than 9.5 million views. Beijing has stepped up engagement with Damascus in recent years, looking to Syria to expand its influence in the Middle East.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, Eagle asked the question about TikTok. Will things change with the new administration? Donald Trump's view on whether TikTok poses a threat to the U.S. Has it shifted? Will they come full circle? All right, it was back in April. The lawmakers concerned about the Chinese influence passed that law giving ByteDance, the Chinese owner, a deadline of January 19 to sell the app to a non-Chinese company or face a nationwide ban. TikTok, of course, had appealed, but on Friday, a federal court upheld the law, siding with the Biden administration's argument that the service indeed poses a national security threat. Now, interestingly, going back in 2020, Trump was, I believe, the first looking to ban TikTok, but has since, for some reason, had a change of heart. During the campaign, Trump said young people would go crazy without it. Trump's own TikTok accounts generated millions of views. Now, which side Trump ultimately lands on this issue could have a major impact on ByteDance and TikTok, which says they have 170 million users in the U.S. Now, even if the law is upheld after further appeals, Trump could choose not to enforce it during his presidency. His closest advisors might have something to say about that. Some of Trump's top cabinet nominees actually support the ban on TikTok. Marco Rubio, Trump's nominee for Secretary of State, called a ban a win for America earlier this year. His pick for Federal Communications Chair, Brendan Carr, also advocated for a ban. Let me see. Who else do we have? Carr wrote in the plan that TikTok is part of a Beijing foreign influence campaign by determining the news and the information the app feeds to millions of Americans. All right, the ties between TikTok and the Chinese government are not loose. They are not coincidental, they say. John Ratcliffe, the former U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Trump's pick for CIA Director, told Fox News in 2022 he thinks TikTok is a national security threat. Governors Doug Burgum of North Dakota, Trump's pick for Interior Secretary, as well as Kristi Noem of South Dakota, President-elect's choice for Homeland Security Secretary, both previously banned the app for state-owned devices. TikTok has denied accusations that they influence content or that it's addictive to children. A spokesperson for TikTok told Business Insider the TikTok ban was conceived and pushed through based on inaccurate, flawed, hypothetical information, resulting in outright censorship of the American people. Now, the Supreme Court has an established historical record of protecting Americans' rights to free speech. We expect they will do just that on this important constitutional issue. Again, that's the statement from TikTok. But yeah, obviously, Eagle was correct. They had that January 19th deadline, the day before a change in leadership. Welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back a second time here and in on the loneliest hours. So you guys were talking there about the shooting there of the United Healthcare worker and the CEO. And if you remember last week, I mentioned the similarities to John Lennon. The location and stuff. And so I heard a little bit more about John Lennon, and apparently the anniversary of John Lennon being assassinated was yesterday, December 8th.
Wow.
So not only is it that close in proximity, but it was that close on, calendar day of the month. I mean, they were right there, just a few days apart, and different years, but a few days apart on the calendar. But apparently the shooter for John Lennon, actually they're talking, the person that I was listening to had written either a chapter for a book or part of a book or something of that nature, but lived in the building next door. And apparently this person, and I forget his name at this point, was stalking around the area for a few days and kind of being around the building and kind of watching who goes in, who goes out and stuff. And I guess they were saying that it was a lack of building security. It was, the owner of the building's fault for letting this guy kind of mill around, because without him doing anything, there was no real way to involve police, law enforcement, because the only thing they could get him for is maybe possibly a loitering charge or, something like that. And he'd be right back there the next day, so there wasn't a lot they could do about it. But they thought that maybe if, the building had a little more security features. And, of course, in the mid to late 70s, I mean, we had some, but pretty much it was just having a security officer there that was a big guy, so that, if somebody's hanging around, like the bouncer in the bar, that go over and lean on him a little bit and say, go hang out somewhere else, or else, we'll bounce your head on the sidewalk like a basketball.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I just thought I'd toss that back out, that I'd heard that little bit more information there, that, it was actually December 8th there that John Lennon was assassinated there. And of course it was right there near Central Park and everything. So, but other than that, I guess, the only other thing I got, and you're pretty good with geography, right? You do this truck radio thing, and you kind of know the area with doing the weather. If you yodel in the hills of Tennessee, do you hear an echo? Just asking, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's point to ponder. Okay. The person to ask that would be Knucklebuster. If you yodel in the hills of Tennessee, do you hear an echo? Hello, hello. I like that. The car industry as a whole may be ailing, but Nissan's prognosis, they say, is particularly dire, mainly in North America. Yeah, the kind you measure in months, not years, has been disastrous for the Japanese automaker. Dealers, they say, are selling cars at a loss. Production has been slashed by 20% more recently. The company cut 9,000 jobs and sold a third of its stake in Mitsubishi. The Japanese automaker also plans to cut production at its plants in Canton, Mississippi, and Smyrna, Tennessee, which together employ some 13,000 workers. Cut production by 100,000 cars. Yeah, but all this may be too little, too late. They say on paper it doesn't look good. Nissan's operating profit dropped 85% in the third quarter, with the company recording a net loss of 9.3 billion yen. That's $60.1 million at today's exchange rate. The company posted a consolidated operating profit for the 6 months ending September, down over 90% compared to the same period last year. According to one senior official close to Nissan, recently told the Financial Times, we have 12 to 14 months to survive. This is going to be tough. And in the end, we need Japan and the U.S. to be generating cash. Unfortunately, consumers in those countries are simply not buying. And increased competition from China is not helping. Now, they're cost-cutting, part of a large-scale restructuring effort to save $3 billion. Adding to the uncertainty, they say major shareholder Renault looking to offload its holdings in the company. Nissan is reportedly seeking a new long-term investor and has not ruled out longtime rival Honda taking a majority stake. They recently signed a partnership with Honda and Mitsubishi for long-term electric vehicle development. The Japanese automaker also plans to cut production at their plants. From my perspective, Nissan's mob-like tactics in ousting the former CEO, Carlos Ghosn, cost the company credibility on the global stage. Yeah, this guy spent 13 months in a Japanese jail before making a dramatic escape to Lebanon. Claims he was targeted for his plans to merge Nissan with Renault. Ultimately, a merger with Honda may be the better move. Japanese companies working together to build better cars would make stockholders and customers happy. Most important, it may be the only move left for the company, which is rapidly running out of options. Yeah, the headline from The Blaze over the weekend, can Nissan survive? Automaker slashes U.S. production as bankruptcy looms. Really? All right, 844-844-3388. Hey, the blind man.
Hey, Steve.
Yes. You dozed off on us, Tim.
I'm here. Okay, my question is, will the incandescent light bulb come back? Because I had to have some lights changed yesterday, and I'm down to 36. And they're the only bulbs that do not cause radio interference. I went to somebody's house too long ago, and somebody turned on a light, and man, that wiped out anything at all that I could get on the AM band in this particular house. Also, people who have epilepsy, the LED lights, they flicker, because of the 60 cycle thing, with the electricity. But with the incandescent light, it's a steady glow because you're heating the filament. Yeah, it may cost more on your electric bill, but I love the DX, and I need as much interference-free equipment that I can get my hands on.
So your question was, I thought your question was going to be if you're allowed to use the bulbs you still have there, which, yes, the answer is yes. So, but you're down to just a few dozen left. And your question is whether Trump might reverse the rule and allow them to start. Man, I haven't seen anything along that line.
I jokingly tell my friends that I wonder if the Biden administration would pick me up and charge me with possession of an incandescent light bulb.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but that did not happen. But most of the time, since I don't see that well anymore, I just leave the lights off. Only time they're really on now is when a sighted individual comes to visit me at night.
So they don't have like an AM radio that blocks out that interference. I know what you're talking about with the static. When I put some bulbs in, and I started getting the humming noise coming out of my computer speakers.
Yep. It's the computers that do it too, but the LED lights, the curly Q light bulbs, I wonder if they still even exist anymore, because I knew someone that dropped one of those curly Q things, and she was ready to call Haznet, and I said, just get the damn broom and dustpan and sweep it up.
Throw it away. Yeah, I mean, because I haven't seen any of those in quite some time. That was, those were the ones that you were supposed to double bag it and wear a mask and almost like a hazmat spill. It's nuts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they only were 25 watts, and this one neighbor says, I'll be damned if I'm going to get one and lose my eyesight.
Yeah.
They're so dim.
Well, I'll have to do some searching, some investigative journalism to see if there's any. I don't even know if Trump could find a way to get that overturned. I don't see him going back.
He did it the first time.
I believe he did. He tried to put off the ban on incandescents, right? He said at the time
Yes.
he did not like the LED bulbs. I don't know, something about it makes him look orange when he's under the LED bulbs.
Yeah, I've been told that colors seem to change too when you're under those lights.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was my question, and I'm doing okay. I'm under nerve pain now. The nerves are healing each other, and I got this terrible restless leg where my muscles just twitch. It's like doing exercises involuntarily. So I'm just laying here listening to the show. I'm sorry, I must have fallen asleep. That's how tired I was earlier, but thanks for getting me back on.
Not a problem, blind man. I'll see what I can find. I think Trump in his first administration had, I guess, put a hold on the phasing out of the incandescent bulbs. And I believe it was 2022, here a few years ago, when the Biden administration kicked it back in and put the deadline, I think it was August of last year. No more manufacture or sale of incandescent bulbs here in the USA. It is 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Carolina Monkey Gouger refers to him as the Pillsbury Doughboy. Good morning, Mr. Brunetti, if you're with us. And thank you. I got the message of the early Christmas present. He bought the Steve Summers Overnight Drive a little advertising on a wrestling network. I think somewhere up in Central Ohio, I do believe. But that was pretty nice of you. Very cool. But he posted this past day, and I believe you are 100% correct. Used to be your Facebook account would get hacked. Somebody would take control of your account. It's kind of changed over. Apparently, people are getting cloned rather than hacked. Changing your password does nothing. Heads up, almost every account's being cloned. One of your pictures and your name are used to create a new account. They don't need your password to do this. They're essentially creating a new account. Looks like you. They want your friends to add them on their accounts. Of course, your friends may think it's you and accept your friend request. From that point, they can write what they want using your name and say who knows what kind of stuff. He said, I have no plans to open a new account. Please do not accept a new friend request from me. Oh, and by the way, if you're seeing this, we're already friends. Better safe than sorry. And that is, yes, 100% correct. You see all kind of accounts. I mean, they've got celebrity names. And what's funny oftentimes is you can tell it's people from like overseas posing to be someone else because they don't speak proper English. Most of the time they're looking for somebody to be a close friend, looking for a friend, if you know, a friend with benefits. You know what I mean? All right, lastly, as we kind of wind things down here on a Monday morning, greatest day of the week. One of the big stories last week was the presidential pardon of Hunter Biden. And the district judge who presided over Hunter's tax case slamming Joe Biden last week for, in his words, literally rewriting history in a 5-page order, underscoring how the Biden family appears to be above the law. After the senior Biden claimed for years that nobody's above the law. Judge took issue for several reasons. First, he dismissed the president's claim that Hunter's tax problems were caused by addiction to alcohol and drugs. There was more to it, but maybe if we get a chance, we'll delve a bit more into what the judge had to say. Literally trying to rewrite history. Thanks for being with us. Have a great Monday. Enjoy your greatest day of the week. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.